Welcome back, West Tennessee. We have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the evening. Now, it's still a fair ways off, but it does include portions of Dyer County and Lake County, as well as a tiny little tidbit of Lauderdale County. We'll take you a trip around the area and show you what's going on right now. Right now, 80 degrees out in Dyersburg. It still feels very, very stormy outside. Dew points up to 73 in Dyersburg. Very, very high moisture content today. Severe thunderstorm risk. We still have the level 3 out. The level 4 hasn't been trimmed. Nothing has changed here. Our tornado risk has increased just a little bit from that 5 to 10 to now a solid 10% across the region with the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Hail size rather has dropped a little bit now that things are morphing into a line. We're not going to see these big baseball or bigger hailstones. It's going to be much harder to get those. Winds could be up to 60, 70, hopefully not, but possibly 80 miles per hour. But we still have that 45% damaging wind risk for most of northern West Tennessee. Tornado risk, this is why the enhanced risk was expanded all the way down to Hardin County. That 10% risk encompasses almost all of West Tennessee with the hatching, meaning there's a chance for some significant tornadoes this evening into the overnight hours. Also the hail risk, again, 30%. This is just for severe hail, which is quarter size or bigger. The hatching says there is a chance we could get some 2-inch hail, which is about the size of an egg, a chicken egg to be specific. But we'll show you the weather alert summary. PDS Tornado Watch downgraded but extended through 5 a.m. We didn't get the supercells to fire, but we still have that linear storm threat coming through. And here's a look at everything going on. This tornado warning here just to the north of Little Rock was actually on the ground for a fair bit not too long ago, and that's on that same line of storms that's going to be coming into West Tennessee very shortly. So already got a history of producing at least one tornado tonight. But we're going to take a look at actually the bigger storm here, stretching from Evening Shade all the way over to Kennett. We've actually got a hail core developing to the north of Paragould. This severe thunderstorm warning here, we're actually going to go over it here in just a second. It's about 50 miles from the Mississippi River, and that's going to put it at the current speed just over an hour from making it to Dyer County. I think, in fact, these boxes are drawn out with 1 hour lead time. So the farthest edge from these polygons today are going to be 1 hour from the point of arrival based on the speeds. But that's trailing line, that tornado warned storm is about 100 miles away from the Mississippi River, but is moving due east on a track for Lauderdale County. We're going to keep an eye on both of these storms over the next hour or so as they move into the region. And we're going to stick with them. But here's that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is tagged for the potential for an upgrade to a tornado warning. So we put a track on it. It's moving east. The National Weather Service says about 50. We've been watching it over the last few hours. We're going to tag it for 40 miles per hour due east, but that would put it in Tiptonville at 1146, Hornbeak 1205 in Obion County, Troy at 1216, Obion also at 1227, New Bern at 1241, Martin at 1242 at its current orientation. It's got that little northeast to southwest tilt. That's why some of those northern communities are getting this a little bit later than or a little bit earlier rather, than the southern communities. Now here's a look at this again. It's got a fair uptick in lightning, but it does not have that typical supercellular shape. We don't see the inflow notch. We don't see any sort of hook echo. It's because this storm is in the middle of merging into a line, but here in a second I'm going to walk off the key and show you what it looks like on velocity. But that's not all we have. Remember that cap we told you about earlier? It's starting to break, but with it breaking, everything is going up at once. A lot of these storms are about to go over the cone of silence at the Millington radar site, which means we may actually lose a little bit of radar data here in the next few minutes. It's not going to be enough to take storms off of radar, but there will be a little bit of a dip in the returns we see here in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. But each one of these cells has at least a little bit of lightning, and now these may be those individual cells we saw going up on the HRRR model just moments ago. In fact, we'll show you what that looks like now. And it's still got some of these cells popping up, hanging around ahead of the line, but currently they don't look too severe, but they very well could be. We still have plenty of things going around. We were actually looking at the numbers earlier, and it looks like we didn't get any supercells earlier this afternoon because shear was too high. Yes, it's possible that we had too much shear here across West Tennessee, but midnight still has the storm in Dyersburg at around midnight, pushing through to 2 a.m. here in Jackson. By the way, that severe thunderstorm warning for Dyersburg expires at midnight, so that would put it right on target for an extension at the very least. But through Jackson by 2 o'clock, and then as it moves off to the east, it's going to take a bit of a southerly turn, move through Bolivar, Selmer, and Savannah by 4 o'clock, and if all things go well, we should be all clear and good to go by time for Good Morning West Tennessee tomorrow. But we've also got the stuff coming in Tuesday. Could be around 4 or 5 o'clock. We get some convection going again here across West Tennessee, but fortunately tomorrow going to be a much earlier ending event than today. But here's a look at the other model we've been showing you tonight. Still has some development out ahead of the line, and it doesn't look too impressive. Now, this model does a pretty good job of showing you when it looks like supercells will be possible, but it looks like it's also through Jackson by 2 o'clock, but it doesn't have that southerly dip that other model had that we showed you. And now I'll go back to radar just for a second and show you that we'll go in a little in-depth into that severe thunderstorm warning for Dyer County eventually, but it's still a ways away. It's still in Arkansas. You've got time to prepare now. So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn off lightning so we can get a good view of that storm. We're going to zoom in really, really tightly. But like I said, the severe thunderstorm warning is tagged for a possible tornado. So we're going to do all the bells and whistles, show you velocity, and look for any sort of couplets that would indicate some kind of rotation. But we're going to zoom out just a little bit so we can see the whole polygon there. And right now, I don't see anything that looks like a velocity couplet. That's a good sign. But right to north of Cardwell, Missouri, it does look like there is a pretty significant return for straight line winds. But given how recent this warning is, I wonder if what they're watching is this right here, just to the north of Herndon, Arkansas. But again, we've got time before it gets here to West Tennessee. We're going to track it. The warning expires at midnight, so we're going to stick with it this entire time, follow it with updates over the next several minutes, even to an hour or farther. But for now, we're going to send you back.
Jordan,
and
have him pull up my mic for a second.
Let's take Joel on Max 1 for a second.
Yeah, just a quick update if you're watching us here in West Tennessee. As Jordan was saying, the cap has broken, and on one, you notice there's a lot of cells that are beginning to pop up. Any one of these that go up could become strong here over the next 30 minutes. I know we told you that earlier the main event is still off to the west, but any of these little ones that pop up could definitely become interesting as well. So we're going to have to watch these. We're going to be back here at 11:30, and we may be going live permanently at 11:30, as you notice, as that storm gets close to Dyersburg. But I'm just telling you, if you're watching us and I want to go to bed, maybe sleep till 2, you have to have a ringer up on your phone or some way to get the alerts, because again, with these cells that are going up out in front, any one of these could try to rotate or produce a tornado still tonight. Again, I still think gusty winds will impact a lot more people than tornadoes, but you know, we're looking at the velocity. So far, none of these are showing really much for any signs of rotation, but they just went up, and they're new storms, and they could become strong here pretty soon. But we'll see you back here at 11:30, or we'll get on earlier if we get any more warnings here, and then we'll be tracking that line of winds that's coming into Dyer County. But if you're going to bed tonight, just make sure that ringer's up on your phone. You either have the WBBJ app, some other weather app, or sign up for alerts from the government on your cell phone, like you get those tornado warnings text to your phone. All right, we'll see you here in about 15, 20 minutes. Try to get some sleep if you can, but just be smart tonight. Don't sleep too hard. All right. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here, still tracking some pretty big storms. Look at all that lightning showing up here in Dyersburg right now. We are at 11:30. That storm's still about close to an hour away from impacting Dyersburg. Could show up as early as 12:15, sometime between 12:15 and 12:30. But it is still warm all the way up to 80 degrees still tonight in Dyersburg. And here in Jackson, it's also warm. You saw some lightning flashing around the hub city. We've got a little storm coming in here in the next 5-10 minutes. Does not look like it's a severe storm. Really not seeing much for winds with it, but it is producing some heavy rain and some thunder and lightning. Our tornado watch remains in effect again till 5 a.m. tonight. And we still have a chance for some tornadoes, hail, large hail still is possible, and some pretty intense wind gusts. We're all pretty much still under a level 3 tonight, that enhanced risk. And we're starting to see the cap break. A lot of little cells are beginning to go up. It's still warm, still around 80 degrees tonight. That's due to the fact that dew point is so high. All right, look at this cluster of storms that are breaking the cap. I've looked inside all these over the last 5-10 minutes, including the one coming into Jackson, and none of them look like they're anywhere near severe, but they are producing some lightning, some pockets of heavy rain in and around Camden. We've got another one near McKinsey, and then we've got our 4 cells here, one south of Ripley, one near the radar, one it looks like just west of Bolivar coming into the city, and this one looks like it's going to pass through South Jackson. Just a handful of lightning strikes here, but not really seeing much for winds, not seeing any rotation as of now in these individual cells. Now our bigger storms off to the west, different story. These are intense, these are severe. Look at about 1,000 lightning strikes just with this one storm. There's the leading edge of it as it's approaching 55 right now, getting very close to the river. That'll be moving into Lake and then Dyer County here soon. Looks like probably about 45 minutes out from Dyersburg. There's hail pockets developing on the backside of this line between Walnut Ridge and Paragould, right along 412 there into Arkansas and Missouri. And then we still have our tornado warned storm near Batesville, which is starting to tighten back up. That had a confirmed tornado on it just about 30 minutes ago. Look at all these hail pockets showing up with this back line of storms. So let's get to the winds. Still some pretty significant rotation right around Batesville. This was definitely on the ground about 30-45 minutes ago. It had a big debris drop, but not seeing any debris with it right now. And the rotation's minimal. So looks like we've got, there's the straight line winds associated with the storm coming into Lake and Dyer County right now. Not seeing anything that looks like a tornado, but those are probably 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, especially with those bright colors. There's a look at the timing, sometime between 12:15 and 12:30 coming into Dyersburg. Ridgely maybe a little earlier than that. It'll be crossing the river here real soon. So let's kind of zoom things out. This is our potent line. We've got the one rotating storm. We've got the straight line wind storm along the leading edge here past Kennett now. And then here in West Tennessee, we've got our little cluster of little storms that are popping up. None of those, though, look like they're going to be severe at this time. We're going to keep a close eye on them, but I still think our main event is on the way. Look at almost 3,000 lightning strikes from Cincinnati down into northern Arkansas tonight. So here's a look at the futurecast. It's got a couple little pop-ups out in front. This is the HRRR right around midnight coming into Tiptonville, 12:15, 12:30 into Dyersburg. And it's got it filling in close to Jackson, Lexington around 2 o'clock. So as the storm line drops on in, that's the main line. Well, again, we got those little isolated smaller cells out in front of it. Could linger till 4, maybe 4:30 a.m. before the storms clear on out in our southern counties. And here's another, this is a look at our IBM. This one has done the best today, and it's got that little line of little cells we're seeing showing up. Pick that up. And it's got around midnight the big storm coming into Dyersburg, Jackson 1:30, 2 o'clock. But what this model does have is everything clearing out by 3:30, 4 a.m. So that's what we're watching here tonight. Go ahead and pull back up here on the radar because I did see a secondary area of rotation that I saw just pop up, not in West Tennessee, but along that big line. So we've got our tornado warned storm, which look, we'll go back a couple scans here and we'll show you when it was on the ground. As it went through right there through Mountain View. See that? South of Mountain View. And then it was still on the ground as it approached Marcella. And then it lifted. And then we'll show you on the debris product how they confirm this. Besides, law enforcement saw it as well. But see that? That's what we're looking for how to confirm a tornado on radar. See that right there near Hanover? That's a debris ball. And then it intensified as it went to the east, and then it kind of lifted. But we think a tornado passed right through between West Richwoods and Hanover, just south of Mountain View there, into Arkansas. So back to what is happening right now. Getting some winds there. That's some rotation but it looks pretty broad, straight line winds, but that one's got a new severe thunderstorm warning on it as well. So it's following in that main line. So, but our first storm to show up is this guy, about to cross the river right now into Dyersburg. And look at the rotation inside all those cells. Remember the one I was showing you in Jackson? It really looks like there's no winds at all. We're about to find out because that little cell's about to come into Jackson right now. Let me go back and pull up the Jackson. There's the Jackson cell. So it looks like we may have a little bit of hail trying to develop there near Tune. So that one's our strongest one so far. You notice the lightning kicked up in the last 5 minutes even with this cell. Wasn't doing much a few minutes ago. We'll see if we got any hail showing up with that guy yet. So no hail detection, but that's because it just started. And then we'll go ahead and pull up velocity, make sure it didn't start to rotate in the last minute as well. So yeah, really when we look at it as velocity, you notice how we don't see those bright colors, nothing that jumps or stands out with any of these cells out in front of the front. All right, Jordan knows a lot, being from Dyer County and Dyersburg, and he's been taking a close eye on that cell. Jordan, go ahead.
Well, good news is it doesn't look too terribly impressive on radar. We did put a track on it. Does look to maintain a pace of around 12:33 for arrival in Dyersburg. I would put it in some bigger cities. I would put it near Hornbeak shortly before, just because of the storm. It has a little bit of a northwest to southeast or northeast to southwest orientation rather. And at that same pace, it would make it to about Paris if it should it hold together at about 1:30. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to scan for velocity. But here's what I'm going to do. Instead of tracking it, rather, we're going to just query. And again, this is about a mile above the surface, so it's not going to be what winds are being felt on the ground. But you see these bright greens right to the southwest of Steele over here in the boot heel of Missouri. That is about 56 miles per hour. If that mixes down, that's just under the severe threshold. And now, of course, from what I understand, downdraft energy is pretty high today, so it's very, very possible that these are going to mix all the way down to the surface. That's why we do have the 45% chance for damaging winds across West Tennessee today. But again, right now, we're still about 45 minutes to an hour away from this getting into Dyersburg. We'll take you a look outside at this storm with our Dyersburg camera. It's going to take a few seconds for it to pop up. But this is looking from the Dyersburg Hospital, pointed pretty close to due northwest. When it pops up, you'll see the Dyersburg State, I believe it's their softball building, where right by the Dyer County Health Department.
We can go to one while we're waiting on that camera to pop
and
up.
It's going to be, we're not going to see a whole lot yet because, again, the storm's still about 30, 45 miles away and 45 minutes out. But it is a good view towards that direction. You'll see a little bit of what's to come, at least with lightning, because like we've been saying, there is a lot of lightning with this system. And
tell them to switch over to
yeah,
one. I don't know
let's take Max 1. Dyersburg camera's giving us some issues right now. I'm going to fidget with this.
We'll get it to come up, and then we'll go to it here, Jordan. We just don't want to sit there on the black camera. We'll get back to Jordan as soon as he gets that camera up. That cell is getting a little stronger, the one north of Hickory Valley. So we've got this little weak one in Lexington right now, but this storm is getting more lightning strikes by the minute. It really didn't have much about 10 minutes ago, but it's starting to get an uptick in lightning as it tracks up to the northeast. And real quick, a tracker on that. There's a look at when that could be coming into Meaden, Henderson Beach. Well, again, that's not severe warned, but it's starting to get pretty strong with a lot of lightning. All right, Jordan's got Dyersburg camera pulled up now on 2.
Yeah, we've got some pretty intense lightning here, and this is not pointed right at the storm, but it is pretty close, about as close as we can get. This isn't one of the cameras we have control over But like I said, right there on the right hand, very far right hand of your screen, some of you, if you have a smaller screen, may not be able to see it. That blue building, that's the Dyersburg State softball building. But we're overlooking from the hospital here. Off to the right of your screen is going to be the health department. But there is a ton of lightning with these storms coming across the river into West Tennessee. So not only are we going to have to deal with hazards of maybe a potential localized flash flood, maybe a brief spin-up tornado, maybe some damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. This is the kind of lightning we warn you about when we say when thunder roars, go indoors, because we're looking somewhere in the ballpark of 500 to 1,000 lightning strikes in this cluster that's about to move into the area.
Definitely pretty intense there, Jordan. Back on one, again, we're really starting to keep an eye on this storm right now because it's currently in our viewing area. It looks like it's going to be tracking up near Lexington, Henderson. You look like you're in the path of this one. Again, not seeing anything too impressive when we're looking at the velocity as far as the winds to say, there's a bunch of rotation or anything. But so we'll definitely keep an eye on it. I'm trying to see if any things showing up yet on the hail product on that one because it looked like there was some, so it looks like a tiny bit of hail showing up there with that one. Near Tune. We'll see if that gets any bigger as it gets closer to Meaden. Jordan, anything from the National Weather Service on these storms that are locally in West Tennessee right now? Have you seen? All right, I can check that here too.
I have not seen anything since the last update to the severe thunderstorm warning, and that was just a trim
20 minutes ago.
Trim a county out of Arkansas.
I see that.
We do have a hail return up to about 5,000 feet on that storm just to the west of Tune. I took a 3D slice of it. Looks like there may be some small hail.
Mixing on in.
But nothing too close to severe limits just yet.
That's good. All right, back on one. We'll let Jordan get some more graphics set up. Downtown Jackson right now. I'll walk off onto the weather wall here. Downtown Jackson, starting to see some lightning showing up here or there. We're currently it's still 80 degrees. As we approach midnight. So just kind of how rare of a setup this is. That's why we were very concerned earlier that the cap was going to break and we would get massive supercells and tornadoes. That's why the National Weather Service issued that PDS tornado watch. And I'll be honest with you, I've been doing this a long time. This is the first time I've seen a PDS tornado watch get issued where there wasn't at least tornado warned storms, and we didn't have any storms at all. So very, very rare cap that was set up. Definitely skunked the National Weather or the Storm Prediction Center meteorologist there. So maybe they were missing some data. Maybe they didn't have enough balloons that they usually have to send up to get extra information on the atmosphere, but they definitely missed that cap today. 10% chance, though, still for each county tonight to have a tornado. I know that's not great, but if you look at that's all of our counties, means more likely than not we're probably going to have a touchdown somewhere tonight. Just don't think they're going to be long tracked EF3s or greater like we had the potential for earlier today if they would have broke the cap. But a lot of explosion here over the last hour. That cap broke, and a lot of these storms now are firing on up. We've got a cluster there near Camden, a couple more over here, looks like over near McKinsey, and then we've got these little cells, 5 of them that have popped up here, one in Meaden, another one down through Bolivar, this one in Lexington over through Scotts Hill. Not doing a lot, just a handful of lightning strikes. And then there was our little hail cluster. But you notice this one's up to 64 lightning strikes. It just had 10 about 15 minutes ago. And there's where we could have a little bit of hail near Cloverport, maybe heading into Teague with a little bit of hail. You notice the general direction of these tracking up to the northeast. But when we look inside these storms, just not really seeing any rotation. But here's a look at your community when that lightning storm will be coming on in. Again, nothing severe with this storm. Not seeing any sort of extreme winds or super large hail with it. There was a little bit of hail that was showing up near Cloverport, but nothing like these cells off to the west. So here's our big storm. Look at the lightning as Jordan was showing you. This pretty much one storm has over 800 lightning strikes with it. It's got pockets of hail. It's got some gusty winds out in front of it. That severe thunderstorm warning is out for another 15 minutes. We've got more pockets of hail extending along that line, and we still do have our one tornado warned storm into Arkansas currently. But look at a lot of hail associated with these cells. that are coming through. There's a little bit of rotation here, still tracking east of Batesville. Definitely not tight like it was earlier. Not seeing anything showing up on the debris product. We're just kind of going to scan through everything here. I saw a lot of winds, though, along that line, and that's what we still have to come on in here tonight. Jordan, you got some new graphics pulled up in timeline for that one?
I'm taking a scan of the hail core that just developed on the backside of the storm in the Boot Heel. We are... All right.
Okay, just let me know when we go on.
We are looking at a hail core that just developed in Greene County, Arkansas. This is that same severe thunderstorm warned polygon area that includes Dyer County later down the road. We're getting a hail return up to 15,000 feet. So this may be a little bit more significantly sized hail than that storm we were showing you in Tune earlier. Just to refresh things, we'll put a new track on this. Give me just a moment for it to load. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out just a little bit because we are getting a little close here. But we are...
Hold on. The people that are on live, we are going to go. We're on ABC right now. We'll get back. Jordan, real quick, go ahead. Everyone that's joining us on TV, we're just giving a live weather hit. We've been live online on our Facebook Live and all of our live platforms. We're just going to give you a quick update here on TV as to what's going on right now. Jordan's watching a severe thunderstorm warning, which the storm is heading right now into Lake and Dyer County. Go ahead, Jordan.
All right, so we did go ahead and put a track on this, 1148 Ridgely, so it's practically on your doorstep, but looks like you might catch just the northern edge of this, not too severe for you. But Obion, Trimble, Dyersburg here within the next 30 minutes or so might be a little bit more intense for you. There's going to be a lot more lightning in that area as well as down the line in Kenton, Dresden, Dyer, Gleason, and eventually in about an hour and a half, Paris, McKenzie, and Springville on the far eastern side of Henry County. But we do have a report of a thunderstorm wind gust from Rector, Arkansas. That's in Clay County. That's the west. That's right to the west of Paragould, where the storm is warned for at 60 miles per hour. So that is above the severe threshold. 58 miles per hour is that threshold. One more thing I want to do that we did on live just before we cut into ABC is actually, I'm going to zoom here into Paragould, and I'm going to do this number, get us a look at the Paducah radar, and we are going to take a 3D slice of this that hail core. It's now moving into Cardwell, Missouri. That's Dunklin County. Wow. That is a hail core hitting up to about 32,500 feet. So these hailstones could be getting pretty sizable as they move through the Boot Heel and into Dyer County. So if you're between Dyersburg and Ridgely, you're going to want to keep an eye on this. Move your car to a carport garage now. If you've got that, anything that might be breakable that you want not broken, bring it somewhere safe. You've got about 45 minutes to get ready.
All right, closer to home on Max 1, downtown Jackson, we've got lightning showing up on the horizon. We've got a little cell coming on through. No severe weather right now in our core counties of Madison, Gibson, Carroll, Henderson, Chester. But we do got a couple of storms worth noting. We've been watching them. We're currently at 80 degrees right now in downtown Jackson. We're still under that tornado watch. That's out till 5 a.m., includes all of West Tennessee. There's still a chance for some tornadoes and large hail tonight, as well as the gusty wind. So we need to watch things very closely here over the next couple of hours. If you're watching us on TV and you're just trying to stay up till the storms pass, it's going to be a long night. They may not be out of our area till 3, 4 a.m. It is still 80 degrees as we approach midnight. Very rare type of atmosphere that's set up, and that's why we're so happy the cap didn't break earlier when we were at the maximum charge with energy. The cap did break, though, right around 10:30 after we wrapped up the news, and we've got a cluster of little storms going up. We've got one near Camden, another one near McKenzie, and then we've got several cells going up. This is probably our strongest one right now, south of Jackson. That's where the rain's coming into Jackson right now. We've got another one, it looks like south of Covington, another cell near Lexington, just south of the city, heading over into Darden. You got about 36 lightning strikes with this one. We had a little bit of a hail core earlier. It looked like there might have been some hail coming into Meaden, but that just looks like real heavy rain right now in the Teague area. But if we zoom things out, you notice there was that little hail core. But what I like about these cells that are out in front of the main line, none of these right now are showing any sort of extreme winds, none are showing severe hail, none are showing any rotation. So these early storms, this one, here's a look at the timing that will track on through. If it continues in the same direction, could come into Jackson here about 10-15 minutes with some more lightning. If it stays a little bit further east, it'll be heading back over into Lexington. But again, none of these storms out in front of the main line right now are severe. None of them are showing large hail. None of them are showing extreme winds. So all eyes on this storm off to the west. Look, it's almost got 1,000 lightning strikes with it as it approaches the Mississippi River, and that hail core that Jordan had pulled up to 30,000 feet. That's right there west of Clay. And then we've got another hail core near Sedgwick. We did have a confirmed tornado earlier with this storm that I'm showing you here over into Arkansas, but it looks like that now is still producing some hail. These blue colors are the hail colors, but it looks like it's really lost some of its rotation, and it's just got a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now. But there are still pockets of rotation on this back cell. It had a big chunk of debris flying around about an hour ago with it. Our storm out front here coming into Dyersburg, that looks like it's got some gusty winds on the way on 155. Kind of want to zoom things out here. This is what I wanted to see. So this is all still have to come through tonight. There are hail pockets showing up. There are severe thunderstorm warnings, but as of now, it's all turning into a line like we thought would happen. If it turns into a line and not those individual storms, that'll cut down on the tornado threat tonight, but it's not going to stop the storms from coming. They're still going to be producing some strong winds as they come on by, as they approach the Mississippi River. We'll zoom things out here one more time. Look at this explosive line of lightning. This all still has to come on in, and it's going to get awful stormy here in the next few hours. Things are going to get worse over the next hour or two before they get better, probably not until around the time the sun comes up. Jordan, what do you got on our severe warning storm here one more time before we get off TV, and we'll just stick back online for a little bit. Go ahead.
All right, so National Weather Service says there is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for the activity in northeast Arkansas and the Boot Heel. I imagine they're going to draw, it's going to overlap with the current warning, and they're going to draw a second polygon that just extends a little bit farther south to include this activity back to the west, where the majority of this lightning is from Paragould points west back towards Walnut Ridge, just to the north of Jonesboro. They haven't drawn out that polygon yet. They haven't issued it. I'm sure it's coming. They've already said it's coming, but we're still going to keep an eye on things over here in Missouri and Arkansas, because this is really the first close thing. But we'll give you another slice of this hail core just to the east of Cardwell. Again, this is the one that scanned up to about 32,500 feet. Good news is it's come down. There's a bit of a broken core. There's maybe some stones suspended there around 15,000 feet, but most of it looks to have come down to somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 feet, maybe as high as 6,000 feet. And we can draw a new track on this as well. It is drawn out for about 50 miles per hour, so that's what we're going to draw it for. Let me zoom out just a little bit farther. Then we'll get you some updated timings here, drawing off the leading edge of this, moving due east at about, we'll just go out to the Tennessee River. It's going to put it in Dyersburg at 12:11, so it has sped up just a touch. But New Bern around 12:17, Mason Hall, there's that new warning. We'll get you some of these timings, and then we'll query that new warning for you. That does actually almost bring it all the way to Jackson. Trenton by 12:55, Gleason 109, McKenzie 119, Huntingdon 136, Brewston at 148, Camden at 159. So let's get the new information on this warning really quickly, and then I'll let you have it back, Joel. Right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for, it's a huge polygon. They put out a large lead time on this. But for us here in West Tennessee, this includes Crockett, Dyer, Gibson, Lauderdale, Haywood, and northwestern Madison. They've actually got this tagged at moving 65 miles per hour due east. We'll track 65? That over. 65? I don't think that's right. I think 65 is a little fast.
We've been watching it all night around 30 to 40.
Right. It's a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, so 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This warning does not have the tornado possible tag on it like the original warning did. So I suppose that is at least a good news on that front. So Joel,
yeah, it looks like it'll be about an hour till it gets into Humboldt. You can go back over to 1. There's a look at the track. And there's a look at the timing with that. So if it continues off to the east around Humboldt around 1 a.m., looks like Trenton maybe a little bit earlier than that. So that's the big storm we've been watching all night. But again, we're also watching this little cluster of storms popping up down here between Jackson and Bolivar. It looks like there could be some hail trying to fill on in to that Bolivar storm. Up north, these have kind of fizzled out, the one east of Camden. We're going to stay on, by the way, on ABC here till around midnight. And then if you want to continue to watch our weather coverage, go to our live platforms, Facebook Live, YouTube, our live feed on our website, either one of our apps. There's many ways you can get our live weather coverage. But we're going to stick around for about 4 more minutes at midnight, and then we'll head back to regular TV programming. And we'll break in occasionally on TV. If you're watching something on TV, you want to do that. You can also watch the weather on your phone while you watch ABC as well. So there's a look at our storm down to the south of Jackson. This one's getting pretty intense as well. Looks like it just flashed a little hail core there north of Parsons, but this one's got about 65 strikes. This also a strong storm now moving through Meaden. Lots of lightning in and around Pinson. This is coming into Henderson in the next 5 minutes or so. Not really seeing much currently for hail, at least in that part of the storm, but I did flash up what I thought was some hail maybe just to the south. So we'll see if that is showing up now. Okay, so that's already gone. So that the hail that popped up right there looks like that's pretty much gone now. So that's good. Looks like just some heavy rain as it's heading now. Lou Ray, it'll be knocking on the door here. It's also going to be coming in to Lexington. So here's the timing of that second cell. It's going to pretty much follow the tail of the first one coming into Lexington here about 20-25 minutes, as it may be a little earlier than that depending on the speed. I think some of these are moving faster out in front of the line than the main line. Again, we had that little bit of hail reported down near Tune, nothing near severe there. So this is pretty much what we're watching for severe weather. Is look at this massive storm. Over 1,000 lightning strikes. This is a explosive cell as it's beginning to drop southward. I haven't moved this in about the last 30 minutes because everything had been moving pretty much due west. But you notice it's also slowly dropping southward now as it's cutting real close to Dyersburg. So that's going to be knocking on the door here in Dyersburg, it looks like, in about 15 minutes. But look at all the hail associated with that. Are all the lightning, and then it looks like we've got a hail core right in the middle there when we turn off this lightning to see that right near Clay. So this could be coming in to Dyersburg as a hail maker. So that's it looks like the hail's a little bit longer out than the leading edge of the storm itself. So the hail is well behind the leading edge. We also got another hail pocket there near Herndon along 412, and then we've got tornado warning issued again. That's a brand new one, right, Jordan?
Yeah, that just came out. That's a Little Rock office county, but we can still query it just to get a speed and a timing on it.
So this is a radar indicated tornado warning for located 13 miles east of Batesville, and we'll go ahead and take a quick look at the velocity on that. Again, broad, definitely not as scary as it looked earlier, but right there, yeah, you can see there was definitely some rotation heading into, I don't know if that's Dota or Dada, but as far as how far it is away, though, from the Mississippi, it's still a ways. So this storm is still 2 hours out.
It's moving east at 30. I almost wonder, I guess, if that's about 2.5 to 3 hours out.
Yeah, 2 hours till it crosses the Mississippi, so I don't think that's something we need to be super concerned about at the moment. But this is what we're watching. We're going to head back to regular programming on TV. Again, if you want to continue to follow our severe weather coverage, we're going to continue to talk about these storms online. Again, Facebook Live, WBBJ-TV.com/live, YouTube channel, Roku, many ways to follow us online. But we're going to head back to regular programming on TV right now. All right, Jordan, you want to take over for a minute? I'm going to use the restroom real quick and get something to
go
drink,
right ahead.
Okay?
Yeah, we'll take care of things here. But first things first, good news is we don't really have anything moving into West Tennessee right now that is currently severe. That old warning expired as of midnight, so the Dyersburg, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that tornado possible tag has been removed. In fact, My new biggest concern for Dyersburg is going to be this hail core near Clay, Missouri. In fact, we have a not law enforcement, a first responder report of some hail in Hornersville, Missouri, which is also right there in Dunklin County, not too far from Clay, Zenith. But that is going to be some pea-sized hail, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Henderson County. That's going to be one of these two storms, I believe. It's the eastern storm here. Decatur and Henderson are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a tornado possible tag on this. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to pop up velocity and see if we can find that couplet to see where they're seeing a possible tornado or possible circulation to be concerned about a tornado. But good news, that's not in a great spot. We'll try the Camden radar, and it's at that it's at the edge of its range of both Nashville, Memphis, and Camden. So it's in a bit of a gap. We'll have to use everything we've got to sneak a peek at this, but we can scroll it back, maybe a scan or two back before it crosses into that purple. That purple color you see is where it's the effective edge of, or it's one of the ranges of the radar where it will start to scan a little less accurately from that far out. But again, we're going to keep an eye on this over the next few minutes. It is a base thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. But they did add that tornado possible tag on it. Joel, do you have any?
Yeah, I mean, you can see a little bit of rotation south of Darden, between Darden and Scotts Hill. It just showed up south of Lexington a couple of scans ago. A little bit of rotation as it's tracking on through, and it's a long ways away from the radar, so definitely better to be safe than sorry on that one. So, okay, just let me know when we're on. We're going to head back on TV and just stay on ABC and cover this since we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're watching us online, if you don't have a way you want to watch it on a big screen, we're on ABC right now. So you can go ahead and turn it on to ABC. All right, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It also looks like it's got hail in it, Jordan. I think that's more than the wind. You notice the hail scan came kind of out of nowhere here. That's definitely some hail on the way through Dixie Mills, Garrett. It's going to come right into Parsons and Decaturville. So right at Middleburg, Decaturville Road and heading into 641. I think that's close to, it's getting close to the river. They're over at Perryville Marina. I think it'll go real close to Perryville Marina with that hail core as it comes on by. And then it looks like there's again, we're kind of right on see how we're in between two radars there going back and forth. But there's definitely a little bit of rotation here with it. Went right through Shady Hill heading into Garrett. So again, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it could drop a tornado. So Parsons, Decaturville, you need to stick with us here for a few more scans on it. Jordan, do you want to do a hail slice on that one?
Yeah, sure. We can do a hail slice on this. So here's what we're rocking with. I would say that's some pretty big hail if I had to squander a guess at this. Let me grab the camera real quick and pan this up. I know you can't see it all the way, but we'll zoom out. And there's that scan. It's a 40,000-foot storm, which is pretty tall for this time of year, but also that hail core is going up about 25,000 feet. So it's a pretty strong updrafts here tonight. So we're going to keep an eye on that hail core. It could, it says quarter, but it would not surprise me if we see an upgrade to $half, maybe even ping pong ball sized hail with this. It's in a really tough spot to scan, being in the kind of the gap where both Memphis, or not just both, Memphis, Nashville, and Fort Campbell all struggle to see that little area of Henderson and Decatur County. But we're going to head on ABC in just a few seconds, so give us a second.
All right, we're going to, let's head over to 1. Chief Meteorologist Joel Barnes here. We're back on ABC because we got a severe thunderstorm warning that definitely has some hail and a little bit of rotation that is now over near the Parsons area. That's the first cell that's been warned out in front of the main line. And then we got our secondary severe thunderstorm warning that's coming on in. But this is our new severe thunderstorm warning right between Parsons and Decaturville. That looks like some pretty large hail. Jordan's going to do a slice in the middle of that storm here in a minute just to show you how high up the hail goes inside that storm, which is heading into Dixie Mills between Parsons and Decaturville, probably going to approach the river somewhere around the Perryville Marina area. And as far as it's hard to see because we're kind of in between radars, but there is a little pocket of rotation that we're watching here. I hope when we get our next radar scan, it doesn't have those purples. That's what we call range folding, which happens when you get to the edge of the radar. You start to get some additional data that gets mixed on in. But we've got two cells now. We've got the one south of Jackson, the other one near Scotts Hill, and a lot of lightning is on the way into Henderson right now as these storms are beginning to fire up out in front of the main line. Looks like we got a secondary hail pocket developing now south of Meaden. It's going to go right along 100, probably close to the Henderson area. We may get a severe thunderstorm warning issued on this one for hail. I'm going to step off here real quick and see what we have for any winds inside this storm, if it looks like it's got any winds like the other one. And as of now, very minimal on any wind with that one. But we're going to have to keep an eye on it because the other one started to spin up pretty quickly as well. Real quick, Jordan, how on two, doesn't look up to, earlier it was up to 30,000 feet.
Yeah, it was up to almost 30,000 feet. It's come down to about 15,000 now. So maybe the hail size spiked for just a second and then came back down, but still, hail up to 15,000 feet is nothing to scoff at. These storms are going to be particularly intense tonight. We knew the ingredients were there. We just never had all the right things at all the right times. But 15,000 feet could definitely produce some severe limit hail, which is just quarter size, 1 inch diameter hailstones. But I haven't seen anything from the Weather Service about any of the other storms here across West Tennessee just yet, although they are typing right now. So we may get an update here in just a few seconds.
All right, Jordan, I'll let you wait for that update, and then I want you to get us the latest on what is going on out with the cell heading into Dyersburg, eventually Gibson County. You see on one right now, the hail core is getting close to the Mississippi River on it, plus it has just copious amounts of lightning with it. So Jordan's going to get us an update on that one. I'm going to get back to the storms right now that are directly in our viewing area. You see this polygon, though, that does include Gibson County, Crockett County. That's for the big, loud storm that's on the way. These ones out in front, not quite as loud, but they definitely have some hail coming on in between Parsons and Decaturville. This is going to track right through, I think, into Parsons and probably catch portions of Decaturville as well as it slides along 412, maybe passing close to Linden as well. But Dixie Mills definitely going to be hit with some hail, at least I'd say at least penny size or larger hail. It looks like there. Still trying to catch some additional radar image of the rotation that is heading into Garrett, south of Parsons and Decaturville. This one still has a chance to try to do something. It's a little cell out by itself, so it's got its own environment to work with. So look at the lightning just exploded with these storms in the last 15 minutes. We've got our cell south of Jackson. It looks like some heavy rain in Henderson, and it looks like we've got a hail core trying to develop as well right along 100 east of Tune near Silerton. A closer look at that. So it looks like it's just east of 18 right now. It's probably going to track right up Highway 100. Velocity in this, it's nothing overly organized. That's why this doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning in it. That hail's getting close, but not seeing any sort of wind signature like we are with the other storm in Decaturville. We've got a third cell. This one not very impressive. The one closer to Haywood County right now. So we've got the one severe storm warning for hail, got a second one for hail, and this one looks like it's going to track very close into Henderson. And then we've got this cluster extending all the way along the line there of the Boot Hill of Missouri. That's the one Jordan's taking a look at now on Max 2. Jordan?
Yeah, so I just took a slice of the hail core again. It's not light. It's about 10,000 feet, and again, this is about 100 miles from the Memphis radar, so it may be a little bit higher than that, but we'll keep an eye on this as we track it into. I'm going to tilt the camera back to where we would normally keep it for regular use. We're going to zoom out just a tad. And the leading edge is coming into Dyersburg right now. We're still, I'm going to draw a rule. I'm going to use the ruler tool, and we're going to put a distance at Hale Core is right about 30 miles from the center of Dyersburg. So if it's at its current pace, it was earlier tagged for 30 miles per hour. I believe it's since sped up. So we're going to assume that's probably going to be about 15 to 30 minutes away from Dyersburg. But some of these other western counties in Dyer County, such as Findlay, Junction, Bogota, you're in it now, but you're still a good 20-30 minutes away from the Hale Core coming into town. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that just came in, Joel. And this is going to be the storm that is picking up a Hale Core near Tune. It's going to include northeastern Hardeman County, sliver of southeastern Madison County, most of Chester County, southern Henderson, northwestern Hardin, and northern McNairy counties. So
that's that second cell we've been watching. So.
Yes. There's the tornado warning in Arkansas. They are not going to continue.
All right, so that's some good news there. We've got...
Hold that, Joel. We've got a tornado warning coming for Decatur County.
All right, so that other cell that we were watching near Decaturville. All right, well, it looks like they finally got a little bit better radar view of it. I assume by what I'm seeing on radar that it's a radar indicated tornado warning, because it doesn't look like it's on the ground yet, but looks like it could be right there near Decaturville. So if you're in Decaturville right now, you should be heading to your safe spot. Utah, again, it is for that storm that we're watching. We'll wait.
Fort Campbell's got a pretty okay view at it.
Yeah, yep, you can kind of, so, all right, so yeah, so we're looking at, you must be on the storm relative velocity. We'll go ahead and try to see if we can get that pulled up. That might show a little bit more of the reds in there. Yeah, so, all right, so, why don't we pull up 2? Jordan will take a look at that, and I'll read you some tornado safety tips. You need to make sure that you get into your safe spot. So there's a look at 2 our max 2 is approaching Decaturville. So if you're in Decaturville, you need to get in your safe spot. We'll go ahead and pull up the safety tips here. You definitely want to take shelter inside a sturdy building, the smallest, most central room on the lowest floor of your house. Be sure to stay away from windows. As the night goes on, make sure you have batteries, flashlight, water, first aid kit, just in case you have to go down into your storm shelter. Watch out for downed trees, power lines on the roads. Turn around, don't drown. But again, just make sure you're away from windows in your house. You're going to want to seek, again, be on the lowest floor is also important, and try to put as many walls from you as you can from Mother Nature's wrath of the tornadoes. So again, on max 1, we got the polygon pulled up, and then on max 2, Jordan's got the velocity. So Jordan, what are you seeing there on 2 with the velocity with that?
I'm seeing a strong inflow. Now, the outflow is not nearly as strong, which usually is a sign that this is tightening up. But what I want to do is query, and we'll give you an idea of how strong this is, what we call gate-to-gate shear. So to do that, I'm going to have to turn off the warning polygon for a second. And we'll hit the query button, and we'll zoom in to where we have red touching green. So it's 61 away from the radar into the storm, and 14, so that's about 75 miles per hour. And this is, again, I'm using the Fort Campbell, Kentucky radar. It's got the best look at this. So this, again, is going to be one of those scans that's pretty high into the atmosphere, but still, that is tight enough mid-level rotation that I would personally not stray away from issuing this warning, especially considering this is the edge of their forecast area. So we're looking at a very small polygon here, but definitely Largo, Decaturville, Utah, Gumdale, it's going to miss you to the north, but still I would go ahead and head into the safe space. Parsons and Bustletown, you might be at risk of bigger hail, but there's also a sliver of Henderson County involved in this polygon, but the rotation is out of Henderson County. So if you're in Henderson County and hear the sirens going off, you are okay for right now. We're still going to watch that second storm off to the west for you.
Yeah, here's the second storm that was warned. It definitely has a hail core on it. That is this one right now. That does include Henderson, Finger. It looks like it's struggling to highlight that. But so there's a look at the warning. Does include Lexington, Sardis, Finger, and that looks like some pretty large hail in Silerton as it's coming by. So it looks like we've got some pretty big hail on the way to the Henderson area. Inside that storm, there's another look at it, the hail core there as it approaches Hickory Corners. So that's our new warning that just came out. But we do want to get back to that tornado warning. So we just wanted to update you on that storm as well. So here's the big picture. We've got two different big storms producing hail, one near Parsons again, and the other one moving real close into Henderson. Plus we got our big windstorm and hailstorm coming into Dyersburg. So right there south of Parsons, here's where we've got some hail, here's where we got some rotation. We're going to take several velocity looks at this, as it looks like the main core now is east of 641. So here's one look at it. This is from the Memphis radar. You see kind of some broad colors south of Decaturville. There's another look at it. If there was a tornado developing, it would be here. It would be south of Parsons. If you're watching us in Parsons, you're okay. But if you're in this area, you need to head into your safe spot. If you're from Decaturville over through Largo, Utah. And this is a look at it from our Camden radar, which often doesn't show velocity very well, but it's definitely showing some rotation as well. So Decaturville, please be in your safe spot, Utah, Largo, and then any other communities along there to the river. I'm going to take a real quick step back and see if we got any other communities that might show up inside here that are smaller. But again, right near the Perryville Marina, you need to, if you're on the river, you need to take shelter. So it looks like it's coming over the river right through Decaturville. So a ton of lightning with these storms. They've just been explosive, these two cells, over the last 30 minutes. They went from nothing to massive storms in just about a 30-minute period. The hail core is growing in the Silerton area with our southern storm that's coming into Henderson and Finger. With that, definitely some large hail, probably quarter or larger, that is on the way. Mount Zuma, it's going to pass 45 just south of Henderson. Looks like multiple little hail cores sitting just south of Highway 100. Do you want to look at the velocity? And even it looks like the velocity may be picking up a little bit with that. So I'm going to make sure we don't have any sort of rotation maybe showing up with that southern cell as it's coming into Silerton. This is going to be something we're going to also watch with this storm besides the hail core. So those are two storms we're watching. This one's really not doing much yet. We're going to keep an eye on it. That's the Haywood County storm. But we've got the two big storms, big hail maker trying to rotate a little bit south of Henderson. We've got our tornado warned storm, but this one looks like it is now moving east of Decaturville. It's about to cross the river, heading over into Linden. Massive lightning storm now approaching Dyersburg as it's going through Blythefield. This is the one we've been watching the last several hours. It's got a little bit of a hail core in it, but this just looks like a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and some significant lightning with this northern storm. It's starting to drop southward. It's going to be coming into Dyer, Gibson County here within the next 30 minutes. I think it'll be very close to Humboldt around 1 o'clock. So there's the leading edge of it. The heavy rain beginning to move into Dyersburg as it approaches Bishop, then tracking down to the south. And this one extends all the way to the west. And that we did have a tornado warning. We still do, a small little pocket over into northern Arkansas as well. And there's been a history of some pretty large hail with these storms up to the north as well. So we still have all this to come through tonight. So we're still watching that. And then we've got the activity out on the leading edge now south of Jackson. So we've got a lot of storm activity tonight. National Weather Service out of Nashville just extending that tornado warning now east of the river. Jordan?
I'm checking to see if our Parsons cam still works, to see if we can get a look over in Decatur County, but it would seem our Decatur County camera is currently either inactive or down, so we'll have to pass on that for now.
Yeah,
but,
I've had trouble with that too.
It's unfortunate, but sometimes it's just how technology works, so we'll head over to radar and give you a look over at the storm in Decatur County as it's getting pretty close to the river now. I'm going to pop up velocity just to show you where that circulation is. Again, the National Weather Service in Nashville did just extend it, and man, that inflow is zipping. It's not very often you see bright blues like this and not a bright red right next to it, so that might be a good sign, but I'm still going to
check out the on one, Jordan. Look at the Camden radar. It usually doesn't show colors this bright. So that's probably one of the best signatures I've seen from the Camden radar, showing some rotation. So definitely a concerning storm now heading over into the Utah area. All right, Jordan, we can go back to 2. Sorry.
Yep. Let's. So here, I'm going to see if this is going to be a stretch, given that I've never done this before. We're going to see if our Camden radar can pick up correlation coefficient. We'll see if we can find a debris drop here, and well, not seeing anything overly convincing, but if there were, it'd be right here where these lighter colors are. I'm not convinced by the lack of organization there that there is something on the ground, but that's right where it would be if it were. But again, this rotation is again, this is one of the best signatures we've seen from the Camden radar. Yes.
All right, back on 1 real quick. That cell that is now east of Silerton with some monster hail. Jordan, I want you to go ahead and pull up a hail a hail slice into that one, because it looks like the area producing hail, look how big of an area it is. It's 5 miles wide, where there's some large hail inside that one. And looks like we've got some interesting rate. All right, let's head back over to 2.
I'm going to scan the entire hail core from just west of 45 all the way almost back to Silerton, and the whole thing is sending echoes up to about 15,000 feet. So I'm gonna flatten this out and zoom out just a little bit, just to show you how tall the storm is. This storm is now 55,000 feet tall. We've got what looks like a little bit of an overshooting top there, shooting up to 55,000 feet, but still a very, very tall storm here across, moving into Chester County now. But the hail core only going up to 15,000 feet, not the highest we've seen tonight, but certainly capable of producing some severe stones.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier with that cap. If any of the storms went up, they would, like when we talked about the boiling pot of water, as soon as you take off the cap, the lid, everything just explodes and goes shooting up, way up into the atmosphere, as Jordan showed you there, 50,000 feet or higher even with some of these storms. So that's how tall the storms actually are. So definitely concerning. So again, that storm now is getting awful close to Gibson County, the one up north. So that's where we've got the multiple warnings. Here's our northern warning that is about to head into Gibson County. You see it's now some of the heavier stuff now moving into Dyersburg. Then we had a cluster of storms to the south. So we've got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning, but the tornado warned storm looks like it's now going to become a Nashville issue as it does move east of the Tennessee River, but we do want to keep a close eye on it still for a little bit longer. It looks like it's still rotating southeast of Decaturville. Multiple radars are picking up the rotation, and the closest radar to it is our Camden radar. And again, reds are winds that are going away from the radar, greens that are towards. So these are winds, the Camden radar's up there. So these are winds that are shooting away. These are winds that are going towards. So a huge area of rotation. Definitely some strong winds coming in out of the north or blowing southward, trying to wrap around this and trying to rotate and produce a tornado. Looks like the worst of it's east of Decaturville now. So if you're in Decaturville, just give it a few more minutes. You can probably come out of your safe spot there. But if you're along the river, you need to take shelter. It still hasn't crossed the river, I don't think, yet. All right, our southern storm there is still warned out till 1 a.m. That's bringing some hail. It looks like very close to Fenger. Looks like the main hail core is going to stay just south of Henderson, near the Hickory Corners. You probably got some hail coming on down right now. And then, again, it looks like it's now southeast of Montezuma as well. But you see how fast it moves just between radar scans. I know this looks like, wow, that's a lot of bright colors, right? But they're all pretty much the same direction. There's a little bit of broad rotation that I've started to pick up on here west of Henderson, so it's something that we'll be watching. Definitely not enough for a tornado warning right now, but we'll take a look at it over the next couple of scans. We also got, again, this storm starting to get a little bit of a lightning uptick. The one south of Woodland. Looks like that one could be heading into Meaden, but that large hail there south of Henderson, rotation there heading into Linden, and here's our monster storm. Look at the lightning strikes just in this one little image, almost 700 strikes. Good news is the hail core has kind of dissipated. That was what was there. Looks like maybe some smaller hail, and the most intense rain or maybe some small hail is coming into Dyersburg right now. Jordan's going to take a quick look at that here in a minute. But there's the leading edge now approaching Tatumville east of 104. And it looks like there's a little bit of a hail core. We still have that tornado warning for the back storm. Looks like they're going to let that cancel and then reissue possibly a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, a big history of hail back with that storm. So this one's still about an hour and a half away, though, from the river, 2 hours away. So that's the back one that's rotating. But we've got our own issues closer to home. Jordan?
So we do have a report of a wall cloud from southern Decatur from a HazCam in Bath Springs, Tennessee. We don't have access to that camera here at WBBJ, but somebody did share a screenshot to the National Weather Service of that wall cloud. Also, to that new tornado warning over in eastern Arkansas, there is a potential, they mentioned a potential debris drop over toward Swifton, and there, we'll draw it out for you real quick. It's a little elongated, but this is the area they're talking about. Yes, they just upgraded it to a confirmed tornado just the southwest of Cache with that debris drop. So yeah, there's currently a tornado on the ground, and this is Craighead County, Arkansas. Yes, Craighead County, Arkansas, moving toward Poinsett County, a little bit of a southeasterly track. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a pretty intense looking cell. That's the one that had a confirmed tornado on it earlier. That is out until 1 a.m. As Jordan was showing you there on Max 2, that is just an incredible debris tracker there. We want to pull up 2 again. So you can see that. And Jordan, go back a couple of scans to show people how it kind of just pops out of nowhere.
So it's only been 2 scans. So here's one scan, the next scan, and there it is right over Highway 67. It's a little bit of a blip right there. So there's the first one. There's the first signature of a debris drop, and here was the most recent scan, which is a little more dispersed, which may be a sign that it either weakened or completely dissipated, and there's still dust aloft from it. But that's about as clear as it gets.
Yeah, it's back on 1 here real quick. If you look at the velocity, it looked pretty intense there east of Doda, and then by the time it's got around to now, it's already lost most of its rotation. So it may have already lifted, but when we're looking at a debris product, remember that usually happens after the tornado touches the ground. So you see where the debris first was detected there east of Tuckerman. So that probably should have been confirmed, maybe 10 minutes ago. There's a clear debris ball right there east of Tuckerman. Then you can see the debris a little bit better, but it looks like it's again already gone. So again, real quick spin up there, but they're probably going to keep the confirmed tag on it at least for a few more scans. But we could talk about that storm a long time. It's a neat storm meteorological, but it's not impacting anybody locally right now. So we're going to get back to...
Since we're going back to West Tennessee, I do have a report from Decatur County Emergency Management that we have a spotter confirmed funnel cloud, but no touchdown.
Okay, that's with our storm that was just south of Parsons. But notice how close this storm's getting, right? Okay, that's the confirmed tornado. There's the river. So it looks like it's about an hour out. So it's going to be close to around 1:30. That may be coming close to Covington. And you notice if it keeps the general direction, it might be an issue for us here in Jackson coming in sometime after 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, we've got a lot to watch here over the next couple of hours. So let's get back to the original tornado warned storm south of Parsons. That is now looks like it's just east of the river. So good news is if you're watching us in Decaturville, I don't see any more rotation, but you definitely still have some gusty winds sticking around. But there was the main area of rotation, although looks like there's still some winds hanging around the Decaturville area. This is a look from our Camden radar. A lot of broad rotation there, but Jordan said they did mention a funnel cloud, probably right, that's the river right there. So it's crossing the river right through, I think that's where Perryville Marina is. I know a lot of people in Jackson put their boats in at Perryville Marina. They got hit real bad with that ice storm out there. So there's a look at all the lightning. Things have just exploded here over the last 30 minutes. All right, our second severe warned cell, really that hail core really hasn't moved much over the last 15 minutes. It's kind of hanging out here near Hickory Corners, near McNary and Finger. So there we just got a brand new scan. It still didn't move much. I think the reason it's struggling to move is because it's running into that other storm. So it's trying to push that other storm out of the way, and it's slowed it down some. Not seeing any sort of signature here showing rotation inside that storm. And then this other one south of Brownsville, not doing much. Jordan, what are you seeing?
I'm not seeing anything new that needs to be mentioned. We do have a storm chaser video of that confirmed tornado over in Arkansas, but again, that's not impacting West Tennessee. It is a little rope tornado, but again, confirmed on the ground. It may not be on the ground now, but this is that same storm that produced a confirmed tornado near Batesville earlier. So again, this part of the storm has shown that it's cyclically rotating, acting like a little bit of an embedded supercell. So again, we're going to watch that over the next few hours, but we'll give you a little bit about what's going on here in West Tennessee. It does look like the hail core coming into Dyer County has come down a lot, if not entirely. Maybe just some heavy rain there south. It'd be right on top of downtown Dyersburg right now. New Bern looks to be getting into that heaviest. Tornado warning for Dyer, Gibson, and Crockett County. Okay,
all
so
right,
let's do this.
So let's go ahead and pull up the velocity on that. What are they? What did they?
They literally just popped that before they sent it in Weather Service chat.
Yeah. All right, on one there's a little bit of rotation there between Dyersburg and Bishop. But that warning is going off for people in Trenton right now. So if you're just tuning into Trenton, that looks radar indicated. Little bit of rotation. So, all right. So we'll see what it does. There's definitely no tornado on the ground with it right now, but there is some pretty intense rotation. So go ahead and read you the information on that. That's a new tornado warning that's just out till 1:15. Crockett, Dyer, Gibson does include, as you see there, it does include Trenton. It's located near Dyersburg, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So if we're going at 35 miles an hour with this storm, go out here, by the time it gets into Trenton, will be about 105. So there's a look at the timing on our new tornado warning. That is tracking again to the east-southeast. So just outside of Dyersburg, Jordan, on that one, if you want to take a quick
so for my Dyersburg people, this is going to be away from the camera. The camera's pointed northwest right now. This is going to be the exit to get off 412 to go to Trenton or to wrap around back to downtown. That's where this rotation is currently. It's right where there's a BP gas station right at this exit. So it's the East Court Street exit, 104, whatever you want to call it, to go to downtown Dyersburg or Trenton. And again, this is going to be moving east. So this is going to track pretty much right along Highway 104. So Rehoboth, Tatumville, eventually into Gibson County. This is going to go south of Neboville, south of Yorkville. Again, this is not confirmed on the ground yet. We are going to keep an eye on this. It's still a little, well, it actually looks better on the regular velocity rather than storm velocity. We've got a solid couplet there. Let me turn the warning off because there is a little bit of a fill there, so you can see the colors not so muted there. But again, right by that BP gas station on 104 in Dyersburg, just to the east of downtown is where this circulation is the tightest.
All right, Jordan's going to get some more information on that. So here is a look at that storm. So it will eventually, if it continues in the same direction, be coming into Gibson County. Humboldt, you are not in the polygon right now, but you are in Trenton and Brazil. So there's definitely an intensification with this storm. That's extremely heavy rain that you see there in Dyersburg, if not some small hail. Here's a couple velocity looks at it. It's starting to get more intense. Unfortunately, it looks like it's just east of Bishop, south of 104 here, as Jordan was saying. But the last couple radar scans, it has tightened up, folks. See where the reds and the greens are coming together here. If you're watching us in Dyersburg, this is not going to be a threat for you as it is moving away, but this could become a bigger deal as it moves over into Gibson County within the next, I would say, 10, 15 minutes or so. So hopefully we start to lose some of the rotation on this, but the last couple radar scans definitely showing a lot more rotation than it did even when we first jumped in on this tornado warning there. So there's a storm that we're going to watch. Let me go ahead and get a tracker on that. And then, so I think I already had one drawn. Yeah, here we go. So here's the tracker for timing on it. So there's a look at Tatumville, Brazil, Frog Jump, Trenton around 105 if it continues in the same general direction. So you're watching us downwind of this storm. Now's the time to start maybe waking up, maybe getting the kids up. You probably wait if you're in Trenton. We'll see what happens. It's still, again, you got about 30 minutes or so maybe till it gets to Trenton. But if you're in some of these closer communities, that Jordan's going to take a closer look and talk about all the communities that are really close to this, now's the time to get going. Jordan?
So yeah, not just Bishop, Vire, Roellen. That's probably the biggest of these small communities out there in eastern Dyer County. Rehoboth, again, another one of those bigger communities. Tatumville should be south of you, but still get in your safe spot. This is going to come uncomfortably close to you, as well as the folks over in Neboville. We'll zoom in a little closer just to see if anything procs, but no. This is going to cross Riverside Yorkville Road, which eventually becomes State Route 188 just to the north of Eaton, but we're still several minutes from that right now. Our concern is going to be, it looks like it's actually taking a more southerly track along 104 there, so to the south of Roellen and Rehoboth, east of Bishop, north of Tigert and Stokes, but still getting your safe space. This is going to come uncomfortably close to you. And I'm going to pull up correlation coefficient just because we do have a velocity couplet there, and I don't see anything that screams debris, that screams even dust being lifted. Again, this is not in a populated area. Fortunately, there are very few homes, very few roads out here. This is kind of the middle of nowhere. If you've driven 412, you know it's mostly farmland, and then you've got the river. The Forked-Deer River is actually, this circulation is actually on top of the Forked-Deer River right now.
All right, Jordan's going to keep an eye on that. I do want to update you quickly on the storm that is south of Henderson in and around Fenger. That still's got some pretty intense hail with that, just south of Sweet Lips. That'll be heading into Enville, Milledgeville, and Hinkle here pretty soon. So we'll take a quick look at the winds inside this one just to make sure we're not missing any rotation with it. There is some, but it's very broad. Not seeing those bright, those greens showing up really yet. There's a little bit maybe in and around Finger, but definitely not concerned at this point for a tornado with that storm. We've got an additional third storm that's going up that we might need to start watching here as it's also starting to intensify near Hillville. That'll be tracking off to the east. And then our tornado warn storm now looks like it's moving across the river, that one that had the funnel cloud over near Linden. So back up here to the north to our tornado warn storm. Again, as it moves on in, it's beginning to move into western Gibson County with this cell. Very heavy rain right along this leading pocket here east of Dyersburg. Look inside that storm, and we're starting to see the colors getting even brighter. So this is starting to tighten up a little bit more. Going to be very close to you folks in Stokes as it comes on through. And the center rotation, especially if you live south of Tatumville or south of 104, definitely need to be in your safe spot as it's going to come spinning through. Again, no sign of a tornado on the ground yet, but it's starting to definitely look like it could try to produce a tornado here at any minute. Here's a look at coming off the timing basically as it tracks off to the east. Trenton close to 105. Eaton, you're going to be very close to the center of rotation as well. Tigret, looks like the center of rotation is going to stay, I think, just south of 104, but it's going to almost run parallel to 104, getting close to Trenton here over the next 20-25 minutes or so. Jordan?
So we've got a quarter-size hail report from 1 mile southeast of Dyersburg. So That would be in line with the hail core for our storm that is currently tornado warned. I'm trying to get our Dyersburg camera to come up. It's struggling for some reason or another. I was working just fine earlier, but oh goodness, we're starting to get a hook right there southeast of Dyersburg. I'll draw this out for you real quick. But there is that hook, that inflow notch. I'm very concerned we may start to see something very soon, if not, like within the next few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and pull up debris just in case there's something already down. I don't see anything. Again, nothing that screams tornado on the ground right now. But again, something's going to have to get lofted pretty high to be found on the Memphis radar from Dyersburg and Paducah as well. They're both it's about 90 miles from each site there out in Dyer County. But I will show you the velocity, and it doesn't look as mean as that hook echo would imply. But here's a look at it again, and we'll go scan a couple scans back just to see how much tighter it was. And we'll do the same thing with the storm velocity, and it's not super tight. But again, what I'm worried about is we're starting to see a hook there to the south of Rehoboth coming into Stokes right now. That is a very, very concerning signature. That right there, we may have something trying to spin up just south of Highway 104, and we do have a hail core. Again, that hail core is going to be about right here. That's where we got a report of a quarter-size hailstone. And right now, that is the two of the signs we don't want to see going into this.
Yeah, definitely concern there with multiple areas almost along that line, Jordan. You see there's almost like multiple kinks trying to go up with this storm. So it looks a little different than the radar you were showing back there here in a second. So we'll let you get that pulled back up and keep an eye on that hook. Get back with Jordan here in a minute. Again, we do want to update you here on real quick on the other storms. The first tornado warning looks like it has moved on out. I don't think one's going to be much of a concern for us as it's now east of Decaturville, east of the river, and it looks like the rotation there is, okay, there's the river, so we're going to kind of drop covering this storm as it looks like it's well off to the east of us. We still have a pretty intense storm with a ton of lightning, a couple different hail pockets heading over into the Milledgeville area. Could stay just south of Sardis. It is now east of Finger, but this storm is a severe thunderstorm warning for hail. A lot of hail pockets in here right along the county line south of Sweet Lips. We do want to take a quick look at the rotation here, very broad, something we are watching a little bit. Possibility of this trying to do something, but right now definitely not enough to have a tornado warning issued on it. And again, our third cell that's currently in our viewing area also not doing much, but these are tracking off to the east. They will stay south of Lexington. But here's our big line here, the storm that we are keeping an eye on. You see there multiple little inflow notches going into this storm. And here's a look at the velocity. I like this. It's not any worse than it was the last couple times we looked at it. There's still rotation here, but don't see anything that jumps out to me that says there's a tornado on the ground right now. Again, that doesn't mean it won't produce one, but it hasn't got any worse on the rotation in the last 5-10 minutes. Here's a look at the timing. Again, as it does track off to the east, Trenton somewhere close to around 105 is when the center of rotation with this storm, if it continues at the same speed as it comes into Frog Jump, Mount Orange, and Eaton, it's going to be showing up on your door. If you're in the Eaton area, probably now's the time to get to your safe spot until this storm passes. It's going to be knocking on your door here in a couple of minutes. Jordan?
So good news again on that Dyer County storm. It is, the rotation has come down quite a bit, but we actually just got an update on the severe thunderstorm warning that is also on that same cluster of storms. And I'll just query that real quick and just tell you what's going on. Again, it's out until 1 o'clock, and it's still tagged at 65 miles per hour, though we've seen it's moving at about 30, 35, somewhere in that range. But we do have looks like a bit of a trim on the backside and a downgrade to the wind. I believe it was, or no, maybe an upgrade to the wind. I don't think it had a wind tag. It was just the hail at first. But We do have that 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. We actually have confirmed quarter-sized hail with this, but off to the southwest of Dyersburg doesn't look as intense. I think the better ingredients are getting eaten up by the trailing stuff there over into Mississippi County, Arkansas.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you got the tornado warning with it, but look at this whole storm itself, this line that's extending now from Martin all the way over into central Arkansas, north of Little Rock. So that is just one long line of intense thunderstorms. And look at the lightning, 3,000 strikes of lightning in the last 10 minutes associated with those two storms. And notice we got our two out in front as well that we are watching, the one producing some hail, and then it looks like the other one is now again out of our viewing area. So we're no longer going to follow that storm. So we'll get that one off of our playlist. And let's get back up here to the top. Jordan, anything new from the National Weather Service?
Just a bunch of cancellations and trims from current warnings. Decatur County's all clear. They are expiring the severe thunderstorm warning that was also looped in with that tornado warning. Looks like our severe thunderstorm warning south of Jackson has trimmed out western Chester, southern Madison, northwestern McNairy, and northern Hardeman. But other than that, we have nothing new in terms of warnings.
All right, that one is now heading, at least the hail core there, heading into Milledgeville, probably quarter-size hail, I would bet, with this one, as it is tracking off to the east. You notice the severe thunderstorm warning is out for another 13 minutes with that cell right near the Enville area. Right now, it's right along the county line, heading over along 22 here in a couple of minutes, then eventually close to the Hinkle area. That's it for getting other communities to pop up, so just Enville's about the only location currently being hit with that, although it looks like it's real close coming downstream. Not what I see here, very minimal rotation down here with this, not enough that it looks like it's trying to produce a tornado. Not going to get a tornado warning out of this right now. We're going to have to see a lot more on our velocity scan to show more green showing up here, but there would, if this would be the little area that it's at least trying to do something with that cell. All right, this is our other little cell, which is trying to get stronger. This right now is just the east of Hillville, Hatchie-Mercer area, heading into Uptonville. Should stay just south of Denmark as that one is tracking to the east. So you notice where we're at in Jackson. I think this one hits Meaden. I think it stays south of us. If you're watching us in Lexington, I think these next two are going to stay south of you as well. So your next storm is going to be the big one that's on. So any of these south of I-40, they're pretty much moving due east, as you see here. But then we're watching our big storm up here. This is the one with the tornado warning on it. We do got a lot of lightning with this. Definitely some very heavy rain, and Jordan had reported up to, I think, quarter-size hail. Here's a look at the latest velocity. Not as tight with the colors, very broad, but it is still showing some rotation here right into the Eaton area. So that's where the center of rotation would be. Continues to track off to the east. We're still looking at sometime here about 15 minutes out from Trenton. If you're watching us in Trenton, just keep it here for the next 5-10 minutes before you make your decision to run to the shelter if you have one, or to head to the safe spot. We're going to see what this is going to do. Again, Eaton, you're probably needed to be in your safe spot. Jordan, are there really any communities, smaller ones, between Eaton and Trenton right along the highway over to Dyersburg? I know you drive that a lot. Highway
104 is very, very sparsely populated. That is probably the least populated part of Dyer County, is between that 412 exit and the Gibson County line.
All right, so that is good news that at least it's moving into a lowly populated area, but it is still a pretty potent storm. But again, good news on the last couple of velocity scans I've looked at with it. Oh, that's the wrong storm. So last couple of velocity scans, if we went back a couple, and you notice where the reds and the greens were a lot sharper, they were a lot closer together, like right there. And now they're kind of starting to it's less organized. It's harder to see where the center of rotation would be, but it's still here. I'll circle it for you. This is, if there was a tornado, it would be right there, but we don't think there is one at the current moment. And if you go back, but see there near Bishop, that's when it was most concerning to us. See that that bright red color, and or the right there at Bishop, that's when this was the most concerning. So if we draw a track here from, let's get Bishop and Eaton on here, back again, and I'll draw my arrow, because this will tell us where basically the storm is going to be going. So looks like through Mount Orange, probably just south of Trenton, if it continues to keep the same general path. So we'll kind of zoom in there, see if we can get any roads to show up. So it's going to follow this, stay real close to Eaton Brazil Road, and then tracking, so there's some smaller roads there. So all right, so there they are. So Old Trenton Road, the center of the rotation is going to go through Old Trenton Road, Wilson Cemetery, and then Tyrell Loop Road, where it goes into Old Trenton Eaton Road, and staying just south of there, and then somewhere near Tyree Loop Road, Brazil, Elliott Store Road could go right through your area. I mean, if you own this land, when we get this close, you can even say, hey, I recognize that, that's my place. So right there where Tyree Loop Road goes into Brazil, Elliott Store Road. So we continue to follow this down, Ragsdale Lane, Loop Road, be very close to you, Walter Cresap Road, and then passing just south of Mount Orange, Alford Road, so staying just south of Mount. And so if you're anywhere near this, Alamo Highway, Lowry Lane, Oak Creek Road, and then the West Bypass, which I believe is right there where Trenton is. So that's basically, if it continues on the same general direction that it's been going, that's where the rotation would be. But the good news is the last couple scans also have taken the rotation away, okay? It was real intense there, and then it's starting to become very broad as it tracks off to the east, but that's the general direction there. So that's what we're going to try to do if we get a tornado warning that's in rural areas, because we can pick up some of them smaller roads. You know, as I said, some people may even recognize their property. Pretty neat thing that we have. Jordan's been trying real hard to get the Humboldt cam to come up. Give it a minute, Jordan. I think it will. That storm right now is staying just north of Humboldt, at least the rotation, but we're really starting to get some storms developing very quickly, you see, into Crockett County. So see these, so here's our main line, and then look at these ones. Just went boom, boom, fired up right here. These are going to be coming into the Humboldt area here in about 10 minutes. I think it's going to start to get pretty loud into the Humboldt area. So we've got a little hail maker maybe coming into Meaden. Real quick look at our other severe thunderstorm warning that's out for another 7 minutes. From what I'm looking at right now, they are not going to extend this unless we see something more interesting. The hail core is beginning to fall apart on it. The wind core, very minimal, very small amount of rotation. So I don't think they're going to reissue that one. This one may become a storm worth watching as it's producing some hail. Mercer, Uptonville tracking off to the east. Looks like that one will be tracking just south of Jackson. But all right, so here's our big storm. We've got that rebuilding now down into Alamo. It looks like I'm going to turn off the lighting here as it is overcrowding the map. So again, we've got the leading edge now approaching Mount Orange, Frog Jump, Gibson Well, Coxville, and Alamo. It is knocking on the door here in Humboldt. I'll show you where the lightning is with this. So Humboldt, you probably got about 10-15 minutes till the storm shows up for you. If you're watching us in Trenton, let's give you one more look here at the velocity with that, and it looks good. It looks like wind, but there appears to not be any sort of tornado threat at this moment from what I can see. But those are some pretty intense winds. Jordan, what are we seeing in Trenton?
Tons of lightning so far right now. It's actually almost consistent enough, but it does look like we're seeing some movement on the camera. Maybe wind, but I thought I saw what looked like an intentional movement, a pan to the right there. So I'm assuming Gibson County Emergency Management's watching this with us. But what I don't see through these lightning flashes long enough, I don't see any defined lowering yet. Now, again, we're still 20 miles away. It's going to be kind of difficult to see a lowering up for a wall cloud that could potentially produce a funnel cloud from 20 miles away. That being said, they did just update that warning to trim a little bit of Dyer County out But they are going to, they did just update the newest severe thunderstorm warning to replace one that's about to expire at the top of the hour. But they also mentioned 3 minutes ago that rotation is picking back up in Gibson County. Joel, are you seeing that somewhere?
No, I'm seeing a lot of wind in Gibson County, but I don't really see the maybe south of there, maybe this whole, like I see this large area of wind. Look at that line of wind pushing into Alamo, Brazil, Brownsville, but I don't see anything that looks like a rotation couplet into Dyer or Brazil or that area. I mean, I can take a couple more looks at it, but everything there looks really broad to me, Jordan. I'll go ahead and look at a different velocity product. I mean, maybe right there, but that's still very broad, south of 104 heading into Mount Orange. I wouldn't say that's anywhere near as impressive as it was back near Bishop. You can look at the difference. See the colors near Bishop, the brights, and then we'll chase it here, and it looks pretty broad to me, but the center of rotation is still going ahead close to Frog Jump, Mount Orange, going just south of Trenton. So again, if that camera should be pointing to the west, southwest maybe, of Trenton there, if they're going to see some sort of lowering. I
don't know which direction this is looking. I can tell you with confidence that this camera is overlooking the Gibson County Fairgrounds there in Trenton. But as for which direction it's pointing, I don't personally know.
All right, but I assume the person that's you said you saw it moved, right?
I think I saw when it first loaded up. I think I saw an intentional pan to the right.
Okay, so obviously they would know where southwest is, the person that's controlling that. So that's where, if there was some sort of rotation, I think that's what we would see. So the National Weather Service said, okay, I'm looking down to 12:56. When did they say the
rotation? That message came in at 12:52.
Yeah, 12:52. So that was 5 minutes ago. They said that the rotation was picking back up. So that means it'd be something they saw earlier than 12:52. So it'd be right around 12:50. Yeah, maybe that scan right there, east of Eaton. But then again, it brought it back.
They're panning it now.
Yeah. So all right, so they're moving the camera. So that little, I think I saw some sort of what appeared to be
right there, almost in the middle of the screen.
Right in the middle of the screen there. Yeah. So that's worth watching. That's the leading edge of that storm as it is coming into Trenton right now. So I think where they had it was pretty good, maybe back to the right. But again, I don't exactly know where southwest is with that. So Jordan, keep watching that camera here for a minute. Let's get a quick radar update, then we'll get back to the camera as the storm gets a little closer to Trenton. So again, this is what we're watching. I'm interested to see here what they're going to do in 2 minutes with our severe thunderstorm warning that is down near Morris Chapel. I think this warning they're going to allow to expire. Looks like we've even lost some radar data there. I was going to show you what was left of that storm, but looks like we've lost some data. That's the only rotation I'm seeing with it on the very far backside west of 22. This other storm that we've been watching for a while, it's got a couple different little hail cores currently, but that's nowhere near severe. That's the one heading in to Meaden. Let me see if I can get that radar to pull back up here real quick.
Our tornado warning is canceled.
Oh, the tornado warning for
Dyer, Crockett, and Gibson. They just canceled it.
All right. So, yeah, as I said, I wasn't seeing a lot of rotation on the radar. I'm glad that they agreed with us on that one. So, but it's still a dangerous storm. But if you're in Trenton, if you're more comfortable in your safe spot, you can stay there till the storm passes. But there is no tornado warning out for you at the current moment. Sorry, it looks sloppy. I'm just trying to reset some of these graphics because the storms are moving so quickly. So that little area. All right, we're going to just pull up the Trenton camera anyway, and I'll reset these graphics on one. Jordan, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so while the tornado warning is canceled, we're still seeing some pretty intense lightning, maybe some still severe conditions around. I do have some reports. Crockett County Emergency Manager John Pinto reports tree across Elizabeth Road in Friendship. We do have an update coming in. They are replacing this tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning that will carry it into Madison County. So it's going to be, I'm assuming, a baseline thunderstorm warning. It's going to include, with the current track it was on, probably include three-way, most of northern Madison County. I don't know that they would put Jackson into this unless they're talking about that older, much bigger polygon from about an hour ago.
Yeah, I think on Max 1, I think they're going to have to start paying attention to this line. I don't know if this is an outflow boundary or those are winds, but that looks pretty intense for straight line winds about to come into Brownsville. So there's the new warning. They issued it for the northern counties. Jackson is in that warning. So a lot of your phones are going to be going off. A lot of people in Jackson are going to be tuning into the TV station right now to see what's going on. But that looks like some pretty strong straight line winds. And I wouldn't be surprised if even the southern section, they ended up warning. You can see that line coming down. But again, as far as what we were looking at as a rotation with this, I don't see anything right now that's concerning with that. That's why they canceled that the tornado warning. But here is the new severe thunderstorm warning that is out. Again, those are the communities that it does include. Three-way, Jackson, Cedar Grove, Milan are all under that warning. And it looks like that is out now till 1:45. So that's our northern warning. We're kind of, all right, the Trenton camera kind of showing that system hitting right now, Jordan.
Yeah, so this new warning, just to get the verbiage out there, is for nickel-size hail, which is subsevere, but the winds are tagged for 60 miles per hour, which is severe. I will look into the wording to see if they're still saying tornado possible or not. I'm assuming that it does not say currently that there is a tornado possible, but it does look like we may have some small hail hitting our Trenton camera right now. I can't tell if that is rain or hail, but given that it's not sticking to the camera, given that not all of this is sticking to the camera, I have to assume that at least some of this is some small hail, and this camera is swaying pretty heavily. So I'm going to hit this. This button is going to tell us the conditions like it would during a weathercast for you, and it's saying winds out of the south-southwest around 17. I would almost wonder if they're a little bit higher than that. But the lightning, you can really see the lightning. This lightning is intense with this storm, and most of the storms we're going to see tonight are going to have a ton of lightning.
All right, a ton of lightning and definitely some winds, it looks like, are on the way into the Jackson area. It looks like the severe thunderstorm warning for the cell that we've been watching the last hour or so, this one down here, doesn't look like they reissued it as we thought. They allowed it to expire. There is still some heavy rain, not seeing any hail still, but there's some very heavy rain still approaching the Saltillo area. And if we look at velocity, there's a couple little isolated areas, maybe of some 30, 40 mile an hour winds. Don't see any severe winds with that, but maybe some borderline rotation. We'll keep an eye on that, but that's, again, crossing the river and heading away from us. So we've also been watching this cell for a while. There's the one coming into Meaden. Does not look like a severe storm. No rotation with that. But here's our severe thunderstorm warning sitting up here to the north. Some gusty winds heading into Humboldt right now. We've got some winds on the way to Milan. And this does, again, include Jackson and Lexington under this new severe warning. But Humboldt, I'm telling you, this is going to be a loud. This is going to wake you up. This is going to wake up the kids. Lots of lightning on the way coming on into southern Gibson County right now. Also approaching Alamo. This is going to be very loud. It's probably going to be a little windy. Good news is we're not seeing any rotation right now with that cell. Now, extending up here into Gleason, heading through Bradford. We'll track it all the way down right into Humboldt right now. Things are going to start to pick up. Gadsden, Bells, and then if we look at the actual winds inside here, there's some isolated little kinks along this line, but it looks pretty much like straight line winds that are going to be coming on in. But we need to watch a couple of these locations quickly or closely for a potential spin up. Anything in Trenton right now, that looks sub-severe. But this is gusty winds. You can see this line of wind. It's pushing down, getting close to Humboldt right now, three-way. This is coming into Jackson probably here in about, I'd say, sometime close to 115, 120. That gusty wind line is going to come into Jackson. So there, a little bit of rotation, very broad up near Right now looks most like straight line winds, but again, it could be a pocket of rotation that we need to watch. Jordan, what do you have on the latest on that?
Well, it looks like we've actually lost power in portions of Gibson County. Our camera has frozen. I can try to pull up Humboldt, but it was giving me issues earlier. But I can say that it is currently, at least our camera has no power. I'm not sure for the rest of Trenton, but we'll keep an eye on this. I will pull up downtown Jackson just for a second because, again, lightning, we can see the lightning here from downtown, and it is going crazy off to the north. Joel, I'm going to have to let you take over for a second. I'm going to have to reboot Max 2.
Okay.
I just lost all of my radar data.
Okay, we'll get back to Jordan here in a minute. I was trying to look back at some of those storms that are still to come. Okay, I also lost my my data here, so let me try to. So I'm going to have to restart my Max as well. So not sure what happened with that. Maybe we lost some sort of data tower or something. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and at least just pull up our tornado safety tips just in case you get under a tornado warning a little bit later. Again, it's looking more like a straight line wind concern for the most part tonight, but we have already had a couple of tornado warnings. We've had a lot of rotation. Just now's the time to make sure you have a plan, just in case your area does go under a tornado warning. Make sure your family knows. Again, you may not want to wake up your kids immediately as soon as the tornado warning goes off until you get some information from us. You know, if you're still 30 minutes away from it, you got some time to make that decision. If it's right on top of you, you'll know that you immediately need to get down to the safe spot. So that's why it's important to you as a person to know how to read a weather radar. You know, it's nice to have a meteorologist that you can rely on that knows, you know, a lot. But if you know a little, even know a little bit about how to read a radar, it can definitely help you. And that's why we always tell people how important it is to get our WBBJ Storm Team weather app, some sort of weather app that you can read the radar and that you understand where you live on it. You understand the direction that storms are moving and how they'll be coming into your area. Plus, our radar has what the future cast on it as well. So, Jordan, it looks like there's a little bit of a notch or something just south of Humboldt showing up there on your radar.
Looks like we've got a bit of an inflow notch trying to develop. This is going to be pretty much just, well, I thought it was going to be right on top of Bells. It's going to be a little bit closer to Gadsden. I'm going to pop up velocity real quick just to cover all our bases in case we see something before the Weather Service does. But there doesn't look to be anything. I would assume this is going to be outflow coming out. I don't see any. I mean, there's right there under Fruitvale, there's a little bit of a weaker couplet, but I wouldn't say it's anything to write home about. It's worth watching, but I don't think they're going to issue a warning for that. But we will, again, I would be concerned more right here with straight line winds. There's a pretty good bow section, bow echo there between Humboldt and Bells. We'll see if we get any wind reports along Highway 79 here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, it definitely looked like some pretty intense winds there. We've got a cell we're watching just south of Jackson. It's got a handful of lightning strikes if you're getting a lightning show south of the hub city. But what you need to be worried about in Jackson is not the cell to the south. It's the one up here to the north that is on the way that you see there. So that one that's heading right into Humboldt right now, approaching Dyer. So that's the storm of the moment. Look at all the lightning associated with this. There is significant amounts of lightning with that. So it looks like we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm as it comes on by, as it moves into Humboldt. Lots of lightning, probably some gusty winds. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just communicating with the wife right now as the storm is beginning to approach our house. Again, if you know some loved ones that might be sleeping, you may want to try to wake them up as well. So if they are, again, it's not tornado warned, but I think it's going to be pretty darn hard to sleep through this with that much lightning, 700 or so lightning strikes. So we're also watching as far north as places like Dresden and Paris, heading into Greenfield and Bradford. down into Gibson, Gadsden. Definitely some heavy rain, tons of lightning, but it looks like straight line winds coming through Humboldt right now. Brownsville, Bells, Medina. Don't see anything that looks like a possible spin up along that line. We had that little bit of rotation earlier near Trenton. Again, that all looks unorganized and non-tornadic at the current moment. So that's obviously the best thing we can ask for. But there's that wind line. You can see it real well approaching Brownsville here as it drops down to the south. So, all right, I'll kind of re-rack things here. Here's what we got. We've got, here comes the big cluster of thunderstorms. Sorry we lost a little bit of that data when we had to restart, but it's coming very close to Jackson right now, coming into Humboldt. Very strong winds on the way and intense rain. So right on time between 1 and 2 o'clock coming into Jackson. We've got these little isolated cells out in front. They're producing lightning, but what I don't see them doing is a whole lot. Maybe a little bit of hail southeast of Saltillo. We've been watching this one for a while. It does not have a severe warning on it, but could produce some hail near Havana and Clifton here as that one crosses the river. That one's about to move out of our area. Minimal rotation with it. We've got our cell south of Jackson. This one not overly impressive. Maybe some real small hail into the Meaden area. But here's the main event. That's this line now extending from Paris, cutting down through McKinsey, Milan, and coming through Humboldt right now over Ripley, Alamo. Tons of lightning. Again, as I say, wake somebody up. It's going to be pretty difficult to sleep when you're getting bombarded with the lightning like they're seeing right now coming into Gibson County. But up north here, we'll watch any of these for some potential inflow notches. I think the tornado threat from what we're seeing along this line right now looks very minimal. Again, it's not zero, but it looks pretty minimal. This looks like a lot of wind now, just east of Humboldt. The wind line's approaching 3-way. You do see that bright spot of green. That's just some out along the leading edge. That's not what we would look at for a tornado warning, I don't think. We'll take another closer look at it. I think that was just some radar data that was getting pixelated. Yeah, I don't think that's something for a possible tornado, but we'll watch it. It's definitely some strong winds, though. So the winds are going through Brownsville right now, approaching Huntersville, and here we are in Jackson as these winds are beginning to drop into Madison County. So I think we got about 10 minutes till the strongest winds from this system come right into Jackson. So there's a look at the wind line on the way. But as we've been saying all night, somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m., looks like it's going to be right around 1, the big storm coming into Jackson. There's our severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is all winds that's going to be coming on by. If we do get an additional warning, I think it'll be south for that other area of rotation that I was showing you. We still got a lot to come tonight, though. This is all on the back side. Dyersburg, you've seen the worst of the storms, but you're still getting rain. But I did want to extend this out. So there's our tornado warned storm tonight. Just got a new update on it, and it's a severe thunderstorm warning. So they think the rotation's minimal now on this Truman storm, but that looks like a nasty pocket of hail there with that. There was a lot of rotation earlier, but again, they've replaced it. Looks like the tornado warning with the severe thunderstorm warning. Not seeing anything where it should be on the debris tracker. There's been a period of hail along this whole cluster. That's the stuff that looks like snow. That's small hail as it's tracking on in. So there's our new storm coming into, or our new warning coming into Covington. They did not extend the tornado warning, but they extended a severe thunderstorm warning for wind. That looks like that one will be on the way even into southern Madison County, dropping south of Jackson. All right, Jordan, what do you got?
I'm looking at the downtown Jackson camera just to take a look into that northern storm that's coming into town. But also we can rotate this to the south. Now we're not going to be able to go due south because there is a tower that's going to block our view once we get to the right of the City Hall and the courthouse. But we can look off to the south there and see we've got lightning on both sides of Jackson coming in. And also I have another report from Crockett County Emergency Management. We've got a large tree down blocking the roadway at the intersection of State Highway 188 and Friendship Eaton Road. I don't know exactly where that is off the top of my head, but we can pull that up on radar, cross-reference it with some data real quick just to show you what possibly would have happened there near. We'll zoom into Friendship Eaton area over here. So this that yellow line moving through the middle of your screen, that's Highway 188. So we're going to turn radar off for a second and zoom in all the way to Friendship Eaton Road and 188. Actually, I think I'm too far north. Give me just a moment. We'll come back to that later. Big concern, again, lightning coming in. It's going to be difficult to sleep. If you're waking people up, you can wake people up. We have a new update coming to this severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they've trimmed out a few of the western counties that were no longer under the risk. So Dyer, Crockett County through Friendship up to Alamo. Alamo, you're still in it. Friendship, you are not. Gibson County west of Trenton, you have been clipped out of this warning. You're not in the all clear yet, but you're just about done with this severe weather. Biggest concern right now is right on top of Humboldt. We've also got that bow echo, that Boeing segment coming into northern Madison County. It's going to be just to the north of 412, where we're seeing probably the strongest winds that's been tracking along Highway 412 pretty much since that tornado warning was issued back in Dyer County all those about an hour ago. But we are going to flash velocity real quick just to make sure. Again, there is a little bit of a notch there. It's not a textbook inflow notch, but it is an inflow notch. And wow, light blue.
That's just radar error.
Okay, it's radar error. I was going to say if that's real, that's going to pack a punch coming into Jackson. But it looks like both storm relative velocity and radar relative velocity are both having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, that's just a bad radar scan. It goes all the way out.
So we'll have to wait for the next scan to be for sure with that. But we'll take a look at the airport data here in just a second and give you some accurate reports as this comes into. It's going to come into Northwest Jackson first, but eventually it will go through West Jackson, and we can give you an accurate look at some of those wind speeds.
Yeah, it just went through my house between Humboldt and Medina. My family's reporting a lot of heavy rain, thunder, lightning, but the winds in general were not terrible, was her word. So she didn't think they were 50, 60 miles an hour or anything like that. So that's some good news because it looks like Humboldt's getting some of the worst of it right now. So there's a look at the leading edge of the winds. Again, all that green, it's just radar air. The next scan that comes out won't look like that. But go back a couple of scans. So that's the winds right there going through three-way just a few minutes ago, approaching Young's Crossing, Carroll, Gilmore. So they're about 5-10 minutes out, I think, before they come through here in Jackson with the strongest winds from the storm. So I think we'd be hearing reports of a bunch of trees down and power outages. The power flickered a little bit at my house, but reading the chat out of the National Weather Service, there's really hasn't been a lot of reports of damage, which is obviously good news, Jordan, from what I'm seeing. But there's definitely, all right, so we got our regular, our scan back that's not an air, and it is still showing some winds coming into Carroll, Gibson, Liberty Tech, that wind line going all the way to the north. But when we put this in motion, it's moving pretty fast. You can see just how fast it's moving. Jordan, might be able to get that our camera pointed to the northwest. I bet you we could get one heck of a lightning show if we turn on the lightning counter there as the lightning's beginning to now move.
Almost
just
looks like we've got a bit of a
Humboldt.
shelf cloud coming into town.
Yeah, that's that. You can see it. That's on the radar there. So I'll show you what on the radar. Then Jordan's going to pull up the camera, and then I'll show you. So this is that shelf cloud, the leading edge. When you hear us talk about those shelf clouds, they look kind of like big spaceships that are coming on in. That's the leading edge of the storm. Straight line winds associated with the shelf cloud, and that's what's coming into Jackson. Jordan, you have that pulled up?
Yeah, downtown Jackson's pulled up.
All right, yeah, you can see it real well. We'll stick on that for a minute. And you can see that shelf cloud. It looks like a mothership on the way coming into the city. That's pretty neat.
But also, when that shelf cloud comes in, that's when you're going to get, it's almost like a brick wall of wind underneath that shelf cloud. And then it'll die down a bit. But that shelf cloud also leads me to believe we may be seeing a little bit of an outflow boundary trying to push out ahead of this line, which would undercut some of the better inflow for these storms. But it also might lead to a place for some of these cells out ahead of the line to maybe potentially intensify into something a little bit more before getting reabsorbed into the main line.
Yeah, we'll stick on the camera here for another minute. I'll reset my radar graphics. I'm about done here, and then we'll take another radar tour as it looks like there's a tiny little area of hail I'm seeing trying to show up around Gibson and Humboldt there. So we'll show you that here in just a minute. Yeah, it's coming into Jackson. Again, it doesn't look like it's anything catastrophic, but probably at least some 40-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some pockets of some stronger winds that'll be on the way. So, all right, I'll reset it back here on 1. So, looks like even the trees aren't moving too much at my house, which is good news because heaven forbid I need another downed tree. I'm sure a lot of you deal with that as well. So, here's what we're looking at. Big line of thunderstorms coming by. Intense. They may not be producing 60-mile-an-hour winds. They may not be producing tornadoes or tennis ball size hail, but they are loud, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. Hey, the good news is, right, we needed the rain. There's a little hail core going into Clifton right now, south of Decaturville. Looks like that is real close to the Havana area, and there is some borderline rotation here. Oh, now we got radar air again. So I'm not sure what they're doing with the radar, but I went back a couple of scans, and there was definitely some broad rotation in and around the Clifton area. This cell's been pretty stubborn, but stubbornly weak. Hasn't done much. This is the one south of Jackson. It's going through Pinson right now. It went through Meaden. Maybe some real small hail with that one. And then here's our storm of the moment. Some straight line winds. And you notice a little bit of hail maybe popping up in and around Humboldt. But look at the light show. Just Humboldt just covered. You can't even see the town name up under all the lightning. So here's the leading edge moving through McKenzie, Henry, Paris right now. So it's tracking into Carroll County, extending all the way down. Again, Humboldt, Gibson. This looks like a couple little areas of maybe some small hail. For us to expect anything bigger than pea size, you're going to want to see those growing. But a couple little small pockets, very heavy rain at least. Drop things down here to Jackson. Here's our line coming through. Again, we're not sure what they're doing with the radar, but I can definitely pick out where that main line is. Anytime you see this this is nothing. This is radar air. I know we train you to look for the bright reds and the greens, right? The bright blues and the bright reds, and you say, look at that, it's a big tornado. Yeah, just sometimes if you looked at radars enough, you can sometimes pick up which is a mistake. Somehow we're getting some funky data from the radar. See how it's different? That's normal, and then you get that bright green shows up. That's just an issue with the radar not putting out correct data. But we got about 5 minutes to the lines here in Jackson. Getting our severe thunderstorm warnings out till 1:45 a.m. We've still got a lot to go, though, still tonight. We've got heavy rain pounding Alamo, Ripley. We've got that new severe thunderstorm warning piling up there. We've got it's heading into the Covington area. That's definitely a hail core sitting east of Truman. That's the one that's had already twice produced tornadoes that have touched down with it, but looks like it's really lost its rotation as well. Don't see anything. Looks like that might be dropping a tornado anytime soon again, which is good. But it has been producing hail as well, all the way back through Pleasant Plains. That storm's had a long history of producing hail. So here it is. Got to come through Covington, South Jackson. We've still got to go through Bolivar, McNairy, Hardin County. We've got a lot to get to still tonight. If you're up north, Obion, Weakley, Henry County, your severe weather threat's over. Jordan, let's check out that camera as it gets closer.
You can see the wall of rain coming, folks. It is big. I'm just going to draw. You may not be able to see it at home, but I'm going to draw. It's not radar, so you can't draw on it. It's actually the edge of the rain shaft.
Jordan, go ahead and stand on the wall.
Yeah. We'll go over here and point it out to you real quick. The edge of that rain shaft, well, it was over here, but as it's moving closer and closer, that edge of the rain shaft is actually now east of North Highland. So it is coming. We are going to see some heavy rain here in the Hub City here in the next few minutes. And in fact, right here inside that rain shaft is where you're going to see the biggest light show from the lightning, because that is where we're going to see, that's where all that inflow, all that updraft, everything that the thunderstorm is going to be behind that leading edge. And it's going to be pretty intense once that shelf cloud passes over your location. We're looking at some particularly, not necessarily extremely severe, but it will be a little intense. It'll be a bumpy ride over the next few minutes as this passes through us here in the Hub City. But now you can see that wall of rain It's coming in. It's not quite to the city limits yet, I don't think, but we'll take a look back over at radar real quick. I'll pull up the Jackson radar for me real quick, Joel, and we'll take a look.
Yeah,
and that is,
yeah, go ahead.
That is coming into North Jackson right now. If we hop over to Storm Tracker 7 Max radar just for a second, we are looking.
We go ahead and pull up Max 1.
Yeah, take Max 1 for a second. Yeah, that is that wall of rain you were just seeing. But as our downtown camera is going to be right just to the north of where 45 and the bypass split off. But this is what you're looking at when we were pointing off that direction. Lightning's turned off, but you're looking almost due north into this hail core. This is what you're looking at, the direction the camera was pointed at. So a lot of lightning, just 216 lightning strikes over the last several minutes. So ton of lightning. We maybe even have a hail core coming into three-way right there at the 45 east-west split between three-way Humboldt and Medina, right there on top of the recycling plant. Over there, if you remember where our three-way camera used to look, that's where that is. But for right now, I don't have a 3D slice of that storm, but we can assume at least probably dime-size hail falling through three-way in this little area of North Madison County. But the good news is right now, I haven't seen a whole lot of indication for rotation in there. Doesn't look like there's much of a hail core at all in there, but heavy rain up to 30,000 feet. Looks like this storm is about 40,000 feet tall, so it's come down about 10,000 feet. That's another good sign, sign that instability is lessening a little bit, so it's the cap is starting to shut again, but it's going to be a long process. We still got a few hours to go before we're completely in the clear. Heavy rain up to 30,000 feet again, but we are going to be in for it here in Jackson in just a few minutes. That heavy rain, in fact, that might even be, that's 412 at some point. Once it crosses Highland, it eventually merges and becomes North Parkway. So we are looking at a pretty heavy rainfall, and this is moving almost north to south. So we're going to get it here at the studio here probably within the next couple of minutes. Liberty Tech, you're right on the outside edge of this looking in. Now with that next scan, you are about to get into some heavy rain. Gilmore, Carroll, Oakfield, all getting some heavy rain right now. Fortunately, we're not seeing a whole lot of severe conditions. I'm going to walk off just a minute and see if we have anything coming in from the airport sensor that's got some live data. It gives us updates every about 5 minutes, and as of 120 was the last update we got. We're still waiting on the 125 update to come in. 18 sustained with gusts up to 24, so not quite severe yet, but we are again waiting for that to cross. Of course, the airport is down in West Jackson along Highway 70. It's not quite down there yet, but it is getting close. Highway 70 between Huntersville and here in the city limits of Jackson at airport is about right here. You can see the runway right there along Highway 70. It's almost here, but we're not quite in it yet. And again, now that things are starting to move to the south, we are going to see a pretty quick change from nothing to everything here in Jackson. Again, we are here over here in East Jackson. We're not quite getting it. We can hear the thunder here at the studio, but we are not getting anything. Looks like, are you seeing anything in terms of rotation? I'm not seeing anything too impressive.
Just looking, I mean, that's the main wind line, and we really didn't even hear much.
We didn't hear much of anything. So these upper level winds, they're not quite mixing all the way down to the surface, which is a good sign, but we've seen in the past back towards Crockett, Dyer, Gibson County, we've had some wind reports come in. Fortunately, not as many as they could have been, but we did have that 45% chance for damaging winds. Fortunately, it didn't have any hatching on it, so we weren't expecting 70 or 80 outright, but they were possible today. Still some lightning building in, but we're going to take a look over down towards, again, Westover. We don't have anything here at the studio yet. At least I don't hear anything, but down here, West Forest, we're just off of Forest Street here. I don't hear anything here. So we're still waiting, but as this is coming down, it's now the Hardy Street, you're in the rain now. Westwood Avenue, you're in it. Grand, you're almost in it. But here at East Forest, Point South, you are about to be in some rain pretty soon. Now, downtown Jackson, I don't know how they consider it, but when I'm doing reporting stories, I consider downtown Jackson south of Dedrick Street. Downtown Jackson, you're still clear. You still got a couple of minutes to get inside before you get soaked with some heavy rains here in the next few minutes. But it does look like we are going to see that heavy rain move in here in just a minute. Joel, do you want to take back over for a sec?
Sure, bud. Good job, Jordan. That was really interesting. So we're still watching, again, the heavy rain coming on in from the north. Here is a look at the big situation, and we got a lot to go still tonight. By the way, Mo Shamel fans, I think he's on his way. Maybe he can beat the thunderstorm. Here's a look at the line of thunderstorms extending right now, approaching Camden, Jackson, Covington. So again, the intense stuff's coming by. The good news is I do not believe, besides the one severe thunderstorm warning, and again, everything we've had for reports inside that warning box has been sub-severe. I don't see any sort of rotation showing tornadoes, but these are still loud thunderstorms tonight. They're still pretty intense, still probably going to wake you up. But again, east of the river, that's a storm we were watching. That one's now, the last time I'll be showing that, as it's now moving away from us. It's going to be a Nashville issue. We've got this little cell that's really fell apart. It's probably getting hit with some of those outflow winds. There's that little small pocket of maybe some hail up into northern Madison County. You've seen the worst of it in Humboldt. You've seen the worst of it in Milan, but love that good soaking rain that we're getting. But here's, the big story. Look at the lightning's just impressive. And again, there's our little bit of hail trying to mix in Cedar Grove, north of Jackson. The hail core is inside the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that polygon the National Weather Service drew. Does include us here in Jackson. Up north, there's no warning here. This just looks like some heavy rain, not seeing any hail or strong winds up north. There's our little hail south of Medina, Cedar Grove. None of this looks severe type hail. Get into Jackson, looks like there's some gusty winds. We're still waiting. Usually when we get the heavy rain, we can hear it coming down on the roof. I think that's probably coming in a little bit. Very broad little wind rotation, but as if you watch us in Jackson, you're saying I'm not even really hearing the wind shaking my house much. So there is that leading edge of wind as it's now coming through Jackson. Up to the north here, there's our severe thunderstorm warning. One very minimal area of rotation. Off to the west, this is probably still our most intense stuff is this, as it's kind of got its own little environment it's working with over here near Osceola. So that may be something we need to keep an eye on here in a little bit. There's definitely some hail showing up. But again, this is the Mississippi River, so it's still west of the river, but it is going to be coming on through. Little bit of rotation. This is the one that's had a history of producing tornadoes. Right now, just a little bit of wind circulating with it. Again, it's had a history of producing hail. So, but here's the one I wanted to get to. So there's our probably our biggest storm right now, and it's still got to come into an area that really hasn't seen a whole lot. So as it drops southward, could be an issue for McNairy, Hardin County. I know you're watching us, Hardin, McNairy, Hardeman County. You said, oh, it's been a boring night. We haven't had anything. Well, you still got some stuff coming, as we said. The watch is out till 5 a.m. I think we're probably going to be around 4 a.m. sometime during the 4 o'clock hour. These storms finally pass through Bolivar and Savannah. Up north here, if you're north of this line, Dyersburg, severe threats over, Martin, severe threats over, Tiptonville, probably even into Gibson County, except for maybe extreme southeast Gibson County. So if you're still down into this area, that's where you still have the potential for some stronger storms tonight. You can see that on the big picture. Look at this, 2,100 lightning strikes still. They've still got tornado warnings over into central Kentucky. But you notice it's all going to come to an end here in the next few hours for tonight. But guess what? We've got another round on the way tomorrow. So here's tonight's. Look, it was spot on right around 1:30, 2 o'clock coming through Jackson, keeping it around 4, down through 5, maybe 4:30 before it clears out. And then we'll be pretty quiet tomorrow. And then around 4 o'clock, we're expecting more storms to develop. Could come in a couple different rounds. We've got that first one coming by, and then maybe potentially one more as the cold front itself comes by overnight into Wednesday morning. Here's another Futurecast's opinion. So it's got the stuff down south of us by 2, has everything out by 4. I think it may linger a little bit longer than that. As far as tomorrow, getting back up into the 80s, and then it's a little later. It doesn't really have anything till 6. So I'd say things could start to get interesting around 4 tomorrow. I'd say between probably 4 and midnight is when we'll be dealing with our storm chances. Probably 4 to 10 p.m. for the worst of it. Sometime during then, we're going to get some more gusty windstorms tomorrow. Tornado threat is lower tomorrow than it was today. So there's a look at tomorrow's forecast. Get some rain in the morning, and this really doesn't have anything coming in until after 6 here in Jackson. It could be a little earlier than that. Let's head back to our downtown Jackson camera and let us know, Jordan, what you saw.
It's starting to get a little hazy. It looks like we're getting really close to that wall of rain moving into downtown Jackson. Lightning starting to pick up a little bit again. I haven't seen anything from the airport yet that would scream severe wind to me. But meteorologist Mo Shamel just walked in. Did you see anything crazy on your way in?
Rocked the car a little bit on the way here. Yeah, we certainly had some dust around 45, maybe pushing almost 50, but 45, maybe 50 miles per hour, but nothing severe. But it's enough to get your attention, certainly. So I'm assuming we're under a severe thunderstorm warning now. I didn't really look at radar.
You forgot your umbrella, Mo.
Yeah, exactly. I'm all wet. I'm going to be drying off before I try to get on air here. But
we'll be tagging Mo in here in a little bit. We'll let him dry off first. Oh, I guess we do. You kind of see Mo off there in the distance.
Oh, hey.
Got the whole team. Jordan, turn around, and got 3 of us in here right now. It'll go down to 2 here in a bit. All right, I'm going to head back to the weather wall. You can pull me up on 1 here. Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. As I said earlier, kind of a crazy day being under that PDS tornado watch. As I said, I've been doing weather a long time, and I've never once in my life seen a PDS tornado watch where you didn't have any severe weather, let alone no storms at all. And the main thing was that cap was just very impressive. Somehow they missed it. I don't know if they just didn't have enough soundings. Soundings are when they send up the balloons. I know there's been some issue with them maybe not having as many balloons as they've had in the past. I don't know if that impacted them missing out on that cap, but we also get data from airplanes that fly in and relay that information. So somehow it got missed. That cap was too strong to get the storms to bust. And I'm so happy it did, as when they issued that PDS tornado watch, Jordan and I were kind of looking at each other like, not really sure that we see that that's going to happen. But usually when you're under one of those, you get multiple long track tornadoes. So I'm sure glad that we didn't get that. We dodged a bullet. Thank you for everybody that was saying your prayers. They definitely worked this time. All right, we'll zoom things out here. Again, that cell in Clifton's not doing much at all. Just some showers along 100 near Henderson. None of that looks to be a big issue. We still do have our severe thunderstorm warning out a little bit longer. Does include us here in Jackson. They may extend it just by the simple fact that it's an intense storm, and there's still a couple isolated pockets of hail. I'm starting to hear the heavy rain coming on down here now finally, but it doesn't. The reds are not very red. This is the real heavy stuff. When you get into the maroon colors, you get the purples like you're seeing over there near Cedar Grove, then extending up. None of this is severe southeast of Paris. So that's what we got. Heavy rain coming down right now. I don't see anything on the radar. Have had no reports of any sort of severe winds, severe hail. Sometimes the radar can only tell you so much, especially when you get so far away from it. Because remember, the radar isn't looking at your house on the ground. Radar several thousand feet up into the air, and often things can change from falling from 5,000 feet down to the sky. Obviously, we missed that again. Today when we had that cap, which is usually around 7,000 to 10,000 feet in the atmosphere here in West Tennessee, that warm section, which it blocked all the warm air from rising. The warm air was rising, and then it hit that cap and just kind of sat there. And for big thunderstorms to get going, you got to get particles going 20, 30, 40, 50,000 feet up into the air where they get into the more unstable air, closer to the surface. You often hear us talk about sometimes about an inversion. It's also something that a cap can lead to as inversion, or it can really happens often in Denver where you blow your forecasted temperature by about 10 to 15 degrees because you didn't see the inversion that's set up. All right, I can give you all the weather lessons. We can keep going through the radar, but this is the stuff that has me most concerned, but it hasn't even crossed the Mississippi yet, okay? So this is our strongest storm. That's the one that's got the severe thunderstorm warning on it. None of this out through Brownsville as much. But this has had the history. This is the one that's produced 2 tornadoes already. But as it gets closer to the Mississippi River, it looks like it's lost a lot of its rotation. Still some interesting greens that we've got to keep an eye on. But I think as it gets closer to the main line that's moving through, all the other storms around it, I think, are going to help block it from rotating again. It's kind of got to get out on its own if it wants to, again, produce a tornado or some large hail like it has multiple different times. So here's that, but you notice it's kind of in the line here. So these other ones might be worth watching too, because it's always been the tail end of this line that's tried to rotate the most. The ones out in front have typically been the straight line winds, but it's the tail storms. And one's got a warning on it that have had the history of trying to rotate, and this one again itself produced 2 tornadoes a couple hours ago when it was near Batesville, but now it's kind of getting eaten up along the main line, which is again the worst of it coming through Jackson, and it doesn't seem to be that bad. So it looks like they've extended a severe thunderstorm warning, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look at that. Looks like we've got a couple new warnings of the severe variety. So we'll go ahead and get in here and take a look at that. So pull off the watch box, pull off the satellite. I'm just going to drop the radar and the lightning so I can pull that new one up. So here's the new warning. Looks like that one's out now till 2:15 for Chester, Decatur. Includes Lexington, Huntington, Camden, Parsons, Brewston, New Johnsonville, Decaturville, Sardis, Blue Goose. That has a chance for 60-mile-an-hour winds and nickel-size hail with that. Our other warning was this one. So those are the 2 warnings. This one expires in 4 minutes. The Jackson warning does. So, so there's the 2 warnings that we have, and then the third one is these ones over here. That one's out till 2 a.m. and the northern one, 1:45, is about to expire. So those are the 4 warnings we have right now. So still a lot of lightning coming through. Again, we've had no real reports of large hail or 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts or power outages or down trees or nothing. But the National Weather Service is continuing to warn these storms downstream, which that seems to make sense. Again, as I said, they've at least been producing some very heavy rain, lightning, thunder, a little concerning, and occasionally there's a pocket of hail that has shown up. Let me get rid of these Clifton graphics. I don't need those anymore. As I said, that cell is now out of our area. So we've got our one little cell here. That's, again, not doing much. Henderson over through Parsons. And then there's our little hail core. You see that south of Cedar Grove, Luray. That's where our most intense lightning is. So that's the most intense area right now that we're watching. All this up north, I'm not impressed with any of that. Up near Huntington. But there's our most interesting feature showing up. A little bit of hail near Blue Goose, Claybrook, White Fern, Crucifer. So that's our most interesting thing as far as precipitation. The winds, not impressive at all. Maybe a little stronger up there near Brewston, Camden. Those may be picking up a little bit with some speed. But the winds around Jackson, not very impressive. I mean, I didn't even really hear the storm line come through in Jackson as it came on by, and normally we can if there's a strong thunderstorm. But there, we got a little bit of winds up north. We'll see if we can put this in motion. So you kind of see the wind line there, but it's even hard to pick up now on the radar as it's weakened significantly over the last 30 minutes or so. But we still got the severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, this one on the backside is definitely worth watching. That's the one heading into Golden Lake, Osceola, right along the river. That's the one with the history of producing, it had at least 2 touchdown tornadoes with it earlier. We'll get the information on that severe warning. Again, that's out till 2 a.m. So that's one of our warnings. And we'll still keep a look at the velocity because, as I said, it did produce a tornado a little over an hour ago, and then there was another one even 2 hours ago from that. So here's a big picture. do want to highlight that new warning again that I missed. The National Weather Service, I'm reading in the chat from them. And so basically they said this was about 10 minutes ago. They said the storms are pretty much congealed into a line. Expectations for the line to gradually move south and east, developing new storms. Moderate instability remains. So they're not expecting tornadoes. They can't 100% rule them out, but it seems to be a quick spin up, if anything at all. And now outflow has undercut the majority of the convection within the last 10-15 minutes. So that's going to even limit basically the spin up tornadoes, I think, with the bulk shear being more out of the west. Anyway, what it means is things are starting to get a little better. They did issue that downstream warning to the Tennessee River. So we are picking up some wind and rain right now here in Jackson. Mo, whenever you're ready to chime in, just let me know.
Okay, I was just setting up the graphic here.
Okay. Mo Chamel's in the building, everybody. A treat for those of you that stay up late. For those of you that get up and watch him in the morning, it's going to be a long day for you, and probably Mo too. So
yeah, it's going to be a pretty long day overall. We have to do this all again this afternoon.
Yeah.
At least when I went to bed. I'm not sure how things have changed.
It looks like probably sometime between 4 p.m. and midnight, Mo. I think everything's out by midnight tomorrow. So at least the models right now are looking better for today.
That's encouraging.
Than they were, but we know how accurate those have been. So again, watching that hail core there between Cedar Grove and Luray, east of Jackson. Mo drove right through the worst of it. So I think if there was anything alarming, he would have let us know for sure.
Absolutely. Now, power was flickering here and there, but that was just due to some, power lines getting blown around a little bit there.
Yeah, and even the lightning count. Remember earlier we were looking at this, it was in the several thousand. It's now when we zoom things out down to 800. Remember that cell we were watching earlier? It still got a tornado warning on it as it moves over towards Nashville. That's the one that went, that we had the warning on, that went right over through Decaturville and as well as I think over Perryville Marina. I think it went right over there. Hopefully they didn't get any damage. They had it rough from the ice storm. I know a lot of the marinas did along the Tennessee River, so be sure to support them, the marinas there this summer. I know a lot of them had a rough one from that ice storm, so hopefully they avoid any sort of thunderstorms as well. So we got line extending again south of Camden. There's our little hail core near Blue Goose. That's as exciting as I think it gets in the hail department. And
I need someone from production to reset the
winds.
camera here.
I'll get you, Mo.
Okay.
So,
Turns out I'm pretty short, y'all.
a little shorter than me, not much. All right, how about that, Mo?
Yeah, that should be pretty good. Should
All
be
right.
pretty good. We are going to switch over to weather too here while so I will take over from here.
Oh, we got a real cameraman coming in here, Mo, instead of me.
That was pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Again.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, they can usually do that without me even standing there. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate that. Okay, so we'll
All
go
right,
ahead
let's
and
go ahead and switch
weather
over to
2.
Max 2, where that lightning show's going on right now.
Okay. But it looks like we still have this line that's becoming what we call outflow dominant, which is a good thing. It's a sign that the energy is being released out of the storms, and we still have this gusty wind that's getting out ahead of the main line, and that usually is a sign that things are starting to sort of simmer down a little bit, although we do still have some time here before we're completely out of the woods, and I'll be tracking you through that here over the next couple of hours here. Cold front is also making its way, I was noticing, through Arkansas. At least the first one will be making its way, because again, remember, we do expect that front to stall somewhere across West Tennessee at a point later on today as we get into today here. But again, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this is southern Henderson County at this point. Again, still a pretty decent storm here, extending from about Decaturville southwest through Scotts Hill down into eastern Chester County as it continues to work its way southward. In that particular frame, we still had about 700 lightning strikes. And right now, again, the heaviest of the activity pushing through Jackson. I literally just drove through it to get here. So again, we had some gusts that were pushing about 45 miles an hour. I could tell my little car was getting jolted around there just a little bit as I was driving through the storm. This is out towards the western Henderson County, towards Blue Goose here. Some of the heaviest rain now to the east of Blue Goose, making its way just south of Lexington, or making its way towards Lexington rather, coming right down the road here, down 412 or Tennessee 20 here, arriving there in Lexington very shortly here. Overall, again, a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll query that and see when that is actually going to stop. Again, we're looking at winds here over the region here, and again, there it is. So this is this is the latest severe thunderstorm warning. This is going until 2:15 unless it weakens so much the National Weather Service decides to cancel that early. But I'm going to assume they probably haven't been doing too many early cancelizations as the warning has gone along. Again, if we're looking for damaging winds, in this case, it's going to be on the front end of the storm. So this is all back up higher in the storm, back that way. So we're going to be looking at the front of those storms for that. There you go. So again, just a little bit. Again, you're going to get a little bit of rotation on the front ends of these. So you got winds. I believe we're looking at. This would be the radar out of Fort Campbell, I believe, that we're looking at here. And again, so a little bit of wind, so wind blowing this way, blowing towards the radar. Of course, that's going to show up as green. Red is going to be what's going away from the radar there. And again, when we go back up here, if we can go over the Max 2, I've got a Max 2 ready to go too. Whenever you guys can switch over to that over in a picture. There we go. We'll start off here by taking a look out the window. We're taking a look at what's going on downtown Jackson. Of course, we got the camera, in this case, turned back to the north still. So, again, this is going to be the scene in a lot of places across West Tennessee over the next couple of hours here. And, again, heavy rain and frequent thunder and lightning. There's still a lot. Now, granted, compared to what we had going on earlier this afternoon when we were in that PDS tornado watch, we had a lot more energy. The atmosphere was a lot more volatile. Thankfully, the cap held, and the energy has simmered down so much that now the cap broke here a couple hours ago now. But the energy wasn't nearly what it was earlier today, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So we'll just take our rain with some rumbles of thunder and gusty winds. That's a whole lot better than multiple large tornadoes that could have potentially been a long track today. So that's not what happened, thankfully. But here's a look at the big picture. It's my traditional view here. Again, so thunderstorms extending all the way from Waverly down through Camden, all the way down to Jackson. Again, we do ahead of the main line. We do still have some areas that are starting to fill in here. So again, between Parsons here and Decaturville, there's your heavy storms there. And then here's another part of the main line here, extending just south of Camden over towards just about Lexington itself. And again, that's a little bit of a bulge there, showing the winds are starting to sort of blow out from the storm itself there. And again, as we're going tight here into Lexington itself, in fact, we got a Lexington camera that I can go ahead and pull up here. I am going to be solo here for the rest of the show here, so bear with me as I reset things up here occasionally here. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in Lexington. This camera is going to go blank here for 5 seconds here, and then it'll pop up here and you'll see what I'm talking about here. So we're going to go over to Lexington and Henderson County. This was working just fine yesterday, so we'll see it pop here. And again, we'll just get a live look at as this line is starting to push its way in to Lexington here. We've had some gusty winds with that, but again, it is a little on the slower side, so it ain't preloaded, so it makes sense. Anyways, back to the west, we'll go to Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. Again, so the main line is starting to push its way into Lexington now with, another bulging part of the line right into northern Hardeman County at this hour. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at that here closer here. I'm going to look at what's going on.
I'm trying to get Lexington to load on my camera as well. We've been having some issues.
Sometimes they're really iffy. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. It's been very iffy, unfortunately. So, but it's nice to have them, but they got to work.
Yeah, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. So,
but here's a look. We're going to go inside.
Well, I was just outside, and there was a couple of decent gusts that just came by. I would say 35,
about
maybe
35 to 40,
35 here in Jackson, and they were blowing the rain around, and there was a couple of pretty decent lightning strikes. But I think that's about as bad as it's going to get the rest of the night here.
Absolutely.
In Jackson, at least.
This thing is in a weakening phase at this point. Not weak, but weaker, weakening, I guess, if you would. If you look closely on this particular view I have here, this is what's coming out of Madison County right into northern Hardeman County. So Tune, you've got the gusty winds. It might even have a bit of a shelf cloud showing up here in northern Hardeman County. This is Highway 64 going right through Bolivar, and this is that outflow, gusty outflow that's coming out of the main storm that's pushing its way into northern Hardeman County, western Chester County. Also, Henderson's got a pretty good downpour right now in the city of Henderson right now as well, as this whole line still continues to drop down to the south. But this is your gusty outflow. Notice how it's disconnected from the main line here, and that's another good sign that these are starting to gas out, or they're becoming what we call outflow dominant at this point. So usually if they're working in tandem with the line and you're taking that warm, humid air that you feel before the storms come through and feeding it into the storm. That's what's happening here. But when it starts getting disconnected from the storm itself, that's another good sign that this thing is in a weakening mode and is very much outflow dominant. But this still could produce some 35 to 40 mile per hour winds as it continues to drop southward. I don't think Hardeman County at this hour or at this point is under its warning at this point, but that will continue to work its way down to the south there. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Pull up the Max 1 real quick. We might believe it was at Henderson. Oh, there we go. Yeah, city of Henderson. Okay, well, it's getting rocked a bit here. So this is not Henderson. This is actually Henderson County over in Lexington. So this is, if we look behind me here, this would be Church. What it looks like the power is out right now. But normally we could see Church Street here, or West Church Street here on this camera. Of course, we got all the lightning that's going on in the background. So. Don't know exactly what direction this particular camera is pointing, but it is getting rocked here, and it certainly looks like things are getting windy there in the city of Lexington right now, Lexington proper there. And again, sometimes these.
We'll see if we can give Lexington one more chance of popping up. It looks like it's.
Yeah.
So
right now, temperature-wise, 67 degrees. Here's that's what's going on. That's kind of what you've got coming right now if you're in Bolivar. So right now, it hasn't rained at least. Not with the main line. I think there was one little cell that passed through here earlier when I was glancing at radar earlier on the way here, or right before of course I wasn't looking at radar, I was driving. Right before I got in the car, I took a quick glance at radar. I do think there was a couple isolated cells that went along the that were going along Highway 64 as well. Those are isolated and ahead of the main line. But again, the good news is we're not seeing consolidation here along this line, and that's another good sign that this thing is starting to weaken just a little bit. But it is going to bring some gusty 35, 40 to 45 mile per hour winds. That's not severe. Remember, what is a severe thunderstorm? A severe thunderstorm is hail that is 1 inch or bigger in diameter and or.
Check that out.
Oh, there you go. Now it's raining. Oh, there it is. So that's what's coming into Lexington right now. That's what we saw on radar just a second ago. So the rain is whipping along with some of that. That's about what it was like on my drive here. So again, you're going to get rocked up a little bit here. This is not necessarily severe, but it is getting pretty close here between gusts between 45, almost 50 miles per hour. But a severe thunderstorm by definition is 58 miles per hour or better. And of course, or if you have 1 inch diameter hail or better as well. But this one is at the very least producing some very gusty winds. It's very volatile there in Lexington right now. So just sort of hunker down, let the line come on through here, and that'll continue to work its way down to the south there. Well, in fact, we're going to go take a look at radar just so you kind of. We'll switch between what we're seeing there on the camera there and what you're seeing on radar there in Henderson County right now. So again, we're looking, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so you can get an idea of where we are here. So if you can switch back to Max 2. So again, this particular camera, again, was looking back towards West Church Street there. So here's Lexington, and there's your main strip there. And again, it's a Natchez Trace road rather. And again, heaviest of that rain now working its way right down. I think 412 is also Church Street, if I'm not mistaken. Haven't been to Lexington in a hot minute. So again, that's what we're seeing here. That's working its way here. Maybe a little bit of a notch here. But notice this is a little bit more solid, though, compared to what we were looking at coming into northern Hardeman County there as well. So let's do our due diligence. Just make sure I'm not seeing anything try to develop here. And we're going to take a look, and we're going to flip that over to velocity just to have an idea of, we're going to look at storm relative velocity. Okay. So if I was seeing a little bit more green, I'd be a little bit more concerned, but there might be a little bit of a little bit of turning here. It's not particularly strong. So what you've got here, I'll show you. So here's Penn Oak Elementary School. Got green here indicating wind blowing back into the storm here with the wind bulging. Notice the bulge here south of and just southwest of Lexington. So this is the wind coming back this way. So there is some broad rotation over the region here indicating that might be pushing it. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. So it could be pushing some gusts to getting closer to 55 to 60 miles per hour here.
Camera's out.
The camera just went out? Okay, and the camera just went out. So yeah, so it's very windy there in Lexington right now. So you're probably getting pretty close to severe criteria there in Lexington. There is a warning already out for, so you just definitely want to hunker down there as well. So we'll just go back here to your traditional view here, and actually want to keep that one going here. So there is
I think we lost power somewhere in there as that camera went out, so it's usually a sign that there was a...
Yeah, there was some pretty good wind gusts coming through Lexington right now. Let's see here. I'm going to go over to Storm Relative. I'm just going to save that. We're going to keep it close. It looks like they chopped Madison County out of that warning. They're keeping Henderson County in, and I agree with that, especially now that we just saw power went out right as we were looking at the camera there. So let's go back here. And then we'll just use the
Yeah, I'm restacking the radar, Mo, and I'll give it a shot at the wall, and then I'll let you get some stuff ready again.
Set it ready to go
as
well. Excellent. And then he's setting himself up again. So we got right now it's becoming outflow dominant, but this eastern part of the storm does appear to be just a little bit more organized than what we were seeing on the other side of the storm. So maybe a little bit of a notch here on the east side of Lexington right now, and some gusty winds blowing down. So if you're in the community of Palestine or Shady Hill, it looks like that's what's on the way. Those gusty winds are wrapping back around the backside of that little notch that we were looking at there. We'll go ahead and take another look at that. So again, here's your weak, very broad rotation. So not enough for a tornado warning at this point, but we definitely saw the camera was getting rocked there. So we know those winds are gusty at least 55, maybe 60 miles per hour, pushing its way through Henderson County. So this area is going to continue to work its way to the east. So if you're watching this from Scott Teal, looks like you've got an outflow, the gust front pushing through right now, but we still need to watch what's going on the main line here in southern Henderson County, but that might be trying to rotate weakly here over the region here as well. So again, notice it hasn't quite rained there, or at least the main line has not quite arrived there in Scott Hill yet, but here it is back to the west in portions of central Henderson County as it continues to work its way off to the southeast there. I'm going to back up just a little bit to also take a look at Chester County to make sure nothing's going on down there. And again, we're looking at velocity in this particular view here again, and then we'll go ahead and move this down here just a little bit, and I just want to take a look at what's going on here. And again, we're seeing the same thing here very broadly, and this is more the outflow versus what's the outflow blowing out versus the storm motion at the same time. So a little bit of rotation around Jacks Creek, so probably some very gusty winds. And this is technically Henderson, the city of Henderson is not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but you definitely got some gusty winds making their way through here, probably somewhere between 45 and 55 miles per hour. So sub-severe, but very close and borderline severe that's pushing its way through Chester County as well. Madison County, if you're watching this from Madison, Jackson, it looks like we're on it's just plain old rain and a lot of thunder and lightning, so the stratiform side of this thing. So if we've got some areas that are still trying to produce some severe weather at this point, it's going to be on the leading edge of this line as it makes its way south and eastward. And right now, the most suspect area is moving into eastern Henderson County at this point. I do want to back up just to sort of get my bearings to see where we have all the warnings right now. And right now, the only warning we're working right now extends from southern Benton County, if I can wake up here, southern Benton County over into Decatur County, and also all of Henderson County. Technically, Chester County not included, or the rest of Chester County isn't, just the far northern portion near Jacks Creek in eastern Chester County is considered under that warning. I believe Chief Meteorologist Joe Barnes wanted to step on and do another.
Mo, I'll let you sit down for a minute, reset some graphics here, and let's go back to one. Let's just start from the top here. We are still under a tornado watch tonight. Mo, I'm going to need your clicker. This one's the one I had's out of battery, so let's get it out of the way so you don't grab it later. So we're still under that tornado watch, but they've pulled counties out now. You notice they have pulled Dyer County, Lake, Obion, Weakley, Henry County. are now out of the tornado watch. So current temperatures are hanging around 64 to 78. You notice it's still warm down south. Here's where the atmosphere's still got juice. We've lost a lot of it in Jackson, Huntington. So if your temperature's into the mid 60s, I think your severe weather threat's pretty much done for the night. But look at this huge line of thunderstorms extending now from Clarksville. They got some hail cores up there and some severe weather. We only have the one warning, as Mo was saying, but it does include areas into Henderson County, Benton County, down into Decatur County as well. So, but we still got about 2,000 lightning strikes. So this is still a very explosive line as it comes through. There's the strongest winds. We're watching these little notches going up here. Again, we've lost a lot of what ingredients you need to produce tornadoes. So if we get anything, it'd be a very weak spin up, I think, for the remainder. There's a notch we're watching south of Holiday. And then, so this is something you watch. And then when you see this, then you look at the velocity where the reds and the greens are, and you get inside of it. And there's a tiny little area of rotation, not enough for a tornado warning. But that's the type of stuff we look for along the leading edge of one of those lines. You look for those little notches. So kind of zoom things out here. There's a lot of really small ones showing up on the radar. Got that little notch there now south of Lexington. Handful of lightning strikes. But what do you notice that, right? We're going to look at that here in a minute. That really stands out, that storm behind me. We'll get to that here in a second. But again, a couple little notches here south of Lexington approaching Scotts Hill. But then we turn around and we look at the velocity inside, and this is all very unorganized. But when you do see reds, greens, there's probably some 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe a couple a little higher. But I don't see anything that jumps out saying we've got some rotation, potential spin-up tornado, really missing anything like that. But the colors are still pretty bright, meaning there's probably still some pretty gusty winds along the leading edge. So we extend things down. So there's our warning that includes Lexington, see Camden, Holiday, Parsons. We're no longer under a warning in Jackson, Gibson County. Nowhere in Gibson County are you under a warning. I think your severe threat is over if you're watching us in Gibson County as well. But this is what we're going to have to watch the next couple of hours. This is one that Mo's going to be focusing on as we get closer to 3 in the morning. It's that cell, which is beginning to cross the river right now. Definitely has some hail in it. As it is approaching the Mississippi just south of Golden Lake. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it till 2:45. You notice some of the communities that are in that warning. Atoka, Covington, you're right on the edge, and that could continue into Mason, possibly moving over into Hardin, and McNairy County here over the next hour or two. Wind signature is very minimal as far as rotation, but it looks like it's got some gusty straight line winds that are moving over the river right now. So here's the big picture. We're watching this cell here, which is going to slowly track down to the southeast. I think it's coming into Hardin, McNairy, and Hardin County later. Probably not going to produce a tornado, but it has had 2 touchdowns earlier into Arkansas from that actual storm. And then the stuff behind it looks like it's really running out of steam too. So I like that it's beginning to lose a lot of its oomph on the backside. So we're probably not looking at additional development. So this will be the last chance for severe coming on by. And then this line, again, extending now into Hardeman. Looks like Chester, or down through Henderson County, and then pushing into Hardeman, McNairy. So we've also got a tornado warning out this cell. This is the one that we had a warning on earlier that went right through Decaturville area. That one's out in front of the main line. So that's where there's still a better chance of rotation. But look at the total lightning strikes again, close to 2,000. So here's a look at the future cast. So we get going, still maybe by 4 a.m. It might be a little late, 4. I think 4 o'clock is when we'll see things wrapping up. But Futurecast keeping stuff around close to 5. That's why the tornado watch is out until 5 a.m. Here's another Futurecast, or here's what we're looking at tomorrow. Again, 3 to 4 o'clock. That's when the earliest I think we're going to see storms going up. This Futurecast has the worst of it out by 6. So one model thinks 3 to 6 is going to be the time range for the severe weather. Then it's got the front coming by overnight into Wednesday morning, non-severe stuff. Here's another forecast scenario of what it thinks is going to happen. Again, it's got everything out by 3:34. I don't know about that. But then watch tomorrow. It doesn't have anything showing up until we get closer to 6, 7 o'clock. So this one thinks the worst of it's coming through 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. So there's 2 scenarios. We could have a 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. tomorrow. We could have a 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So I'd say sometime between 3 and 11 p.m., That's when we're looking at the chance for more severe thunderstorms tomorrow, probably with gusty winds being the main threat. Both scenarios, though, have us drying out by Wednesday morning. Then we're going to be much cooler behind the front as we get going into the day on Wednesday. So we'll go ahead and pull up the radar here one more time. Take a look at a couple of them areas that have been showing some stronger winds coming on down. We'll start here with the big picture of West Tennessee. And all right, so there we go. So if you are up here, Gibson County, you're done with the severe threat. Carroll County, you're done. So you may get a couple of stray lightning strikes, but main people that need to stay weather aware where that storm is coming down into, I'd say, southern Haywood still. Maybe extreme southern Madison might get in on the act for another 20 minutes. But it's going to be Hardeman, McNary, Hardin County that has the worst of it still to come by. If you want to go to sleep, you can. Again, just make sure you turn up your alerts just in case. It's not likely, but if there is a tornado warning, you have a way that your phone will alert you to the warning so that you can wake up just in case. And then just make sure you, when you're dealing with a situation like this, it's important to maybe sleep in some clothes if you normally don't. If you got to head out to the shelter ever, make sure you got your shoes nearby. You don't want to be looking for all that stuff when the tornado warning's going off. So always make sure you have a plan. All right, so there's a leading edge now, moving through Henderson. We showed you that camera. It was whipping down into the Henderson area, whipping in Lexington as well. And that's where the highest amounts of lightning is. And as that line is drifting to the south, might be a little bit of a hail core east of Lexington over through Parsons. That notch we were watching up to the north, looks like that's gone. It's very minimal now, that one near Yellow Springs. And still got a tiny little area of rotation, so we'll continue to monitor that. I don't think it's going to be much. Then let's get back down south here. It's very heavy rain coming down right now in Henderson again. There's a little hail core, maybe really small hail east of Lexington. So got storms still. Brownsville, I know you're getting some thunderstorms, but I think this big one's going to miss you. That's this guy. Look at all that lightning. That is an ugly looking storm. Again, we'll get back to that one here in a minute. Got a couple little inflow notches trying to winds coming up from the south along this main line. But when this main line goes by, your winds shift. They come back out of the north. And that's what we're seeing here in Jackson. We've got northerly winds, and that's why our temperature dropped. So, again, very broad little wind structure showing up. Nothing that looks like rotation where it's going to try to produce a tornado. And the line now is finally shooting south. We've seen that the last couple of the times we've had these overnight systems. Everything's moving west to east, west to east, west to east. And then eventually that cold pool develops, and then all those storms start shooting more north to south. And that's what happened again today. The line quickly moved to the south. So it's kind of been a repeat the last two times we've had setups like this. Still gusty winds even in Lexington, although it looks like probably not severe winds. That's an outflow boundary you see there near Bolivar. You see that showing up. That's some gusty winds coming into Bolivar. That'll be approaching Selmer here soon. It's out in front of the thunderstorm. And then this is the guy that we're watching now east of Joyner, still right along the river. This is the most intense storm in the Mid-South right now. Probably hail southeast of Golden Lake. It's now crossing the river. That's the Mississippi River. You can see it pretty well. It's heading into the Drummonds area. Should stay north of Memphis. But this one storm itself has 400 lightning strikes. Not seeing any wind signature, showing that it's still rotating, trying to produce a tornado. So that's some good news there. Again, here's what we still have to come on by. Watching us tonight up north into Gibson County. If you're, again, I'd say even if you're Jackson north of the interstate, I think you're probably in the clear tonight. You can go ahead and try to head to bed. The only people that really need to stay weather aware is if you're in one of our southern counties here for a little bit longer. But again, we haven't had any thing that even, the closest we had to a tornado was that tornado warning we had that came out of Dyersburg a few hours ago that was rotating for a few scans. That was the one that was heading near Trenton. Then it lifted. We were watching it for a while on the Trenton camera. That was pretty neat. Saw it little low-level clouds, but no tornado with that. But still tons of lightning tonight. But it has gone down from 3,000 strikes. You notice that lightning number is getting lower by the minute as the things are beginning to weaken. There's an outflow boundary I showed you. That's kind of neat. That's winds pushing out in front of a thunderstorm. The thunderstorm behind it pushing the winds out down to the surface. More severe weather concerns into Middle Tennessee tonight. Could be a long couple hours in Nashville for the Nashville TV markets. But Mo will be busy here for at least the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, covering these storms. We'll see, again, how many more of these we get severe warned. I'm going to check back in here with the National Weather Service. I haven't checked in on them for a while. Go ahead and get
I think I'm racked up here. I'll go ahead and go through just real quick, just to kind of recap and go through everything here, and then we'll take a look at some angles we're going to be taking a look at. Of course, this is the weather alert summary. Of course, we still have technically a tornado watch for most of West Tennessee. Of course, this is just a standard tornado watch, although notice Northwest Tennessee has been dropped out. So Lake County, Obion, Weakley, Henry, and also Dyer County have been removed from the tornado watch. We do expect more counties to be dropped out here as the morning sort of goes along here. They usually do these in rows. So the next row obviously will be Benton, Carroll County, Gibson, Crockett County, and probably Lauderdale County there as well. But again, otherwise it still goes through 5 o'clock. And of course, we'll be getting right into Good Morning West Tennessee. And I do think we're still going to have some showers we'll be tracking on Good Morning West Tennessee. Of course, that'll be down in Southwest Tennessee by that point. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on. First, I'm going to go to where things are still a bit calm. Down south of all of this right now, we're going to go to Savannah, Tennessee. Of course, this camera I know is looking back to the west right now, so not much going on right now in Hardin County at the moment. Mainly quiet for the moment. Temperature-wise, you're at 79 degrees. Look at that dew point, though, 73 degrees even at this hour. Winds out of the south-southwest at 14. So tell me the wave has not come through without actually telling me. Just look at the stats here in Hardin County. So a little bit different there. And also, in addition to that, a little bit further south of Savannah, we're going to go to Counce, Tennessee, which also is popping up here pretty easily here as well. Not sure which direction it's looking, but again, we can see the base of the clouds lowering. Not much lightning here yet, but again, that is going to change very shortly as this line continues to sink southward towards southwest Tennessee. So again, the main line extends all the way from I guess that's about Gallatin or Hendersonville, Tennessee, all the way down towards and just south of Parsons, through Chester County, northern Hardeman County, and into southern portions of Haywood County, and then almost clipping into northern Fayette County as well. So as we go tight, again, the leading edge is what we're really watching here for. This is where we did note some gusts and a little bit of weak rotation near Lexington about a half hour ago. That's since moved off to the east here, and right now it looks like the heaviest of that is moving into western Decatur County. In fact, let's take a look at the velocity here again. Here's what we're looking at. So winds in this right now, this is I'm trying to think this is the Memphis side. Yeah, this is coming out of Memphis. So again, so winds are still blowing in 2 different directions here still, but I'm still not really seeing that area of pink that we were seeing earlier here in Lexington. But nevertheless, I do think you've probably got some near severe or sub-severe winds. Right now, I think they dropped that warning.
Mo.
Did they allow that to drop?
Yeah, it's expired. The only warning right now is over into
it's over in
Lauderdale.
in the middle of Tennessee. Okay, yeah, the one that's on the 8. Okay, I apologize. So it looks like the warnings are dropped. So right now this is not severe, but it's probably got some gusty winds that are pushing about 45, maybe almost 50 miles an hour, pushing its way into Parsons and Decaturville, and then of course down in the Boot Hill of Henderson County and the far northern portions of Hardin County. We do have a Saltillo camera as well. We could probably take a look at that here. That's a little bit farther north. As we go a little bit further south and west here again, so here's Highway 64 right now. And again, I just want to really emphasize this difference. Look at what we got here. And then let's go back and look at the rest of the line. Notice what's missing. Notice we don't have that solid area of red anymore, so this is not organized at all as it continues to sink to the south here. So this is a good sign. It's very much weakened. And in addition to that, remember we were looking at that little thing here? That's the outflow gust. So right now, if you're in Selmer, you probably got a good shelf cloud coming in. So that's probably what's pushing into Selmer right now, and just push south of Bolivar. So these are some gusty winds still, probably still between 30 and 35 miles an hour. This is outflow that's moving away from the storm, so they continue to weaken there. So if we look at it from a velocity standpoint, again, you can still see that wind shift right here making its way through the rest of Hardeman County and down towards Selmer there. We'll go in tight here on Savannah, which again has been quiet. It has nothing's going on there now. We saw that at the top here on the camera. There was nothing going on in Savannah or Counts, which is way down here, and that's right before we go into North Mississippi there. So both cameras were looking quiet and dry for now, but we'll focus on those cameras here over the next hour as this line continues to sort of drop southward. But the good news is even this part of the line is not looking nearly as impressive as it continues to drop southward towards Highway 64. In fact, we'll take a look at the velocity just to sort of, and notice the lightning count continues to drop. Again, we're down to 245 strikes of lightning in this frame right now, most of which is in Decatur County in that part of the storm that did look a little bit more organized, and that's going to continue to very quickly. Once we get that out of here, I think we're probably home free in terms of the severe weather threat. So once we get that little last part through Parsons over into I believe that's Perry County, or Perry County over into Middle Tennessee, I think we're going to be home free on the severe weather threat here for us here. But again, we still need to watch our friends down in Hardin and McNairy counties here, even though again this doesn't look nearly as impressive as above there. So I'm just going to back us up here just kind of. So again, this is the most organized storm right now out of anything in West Tennessee, and that is almost out of here. So it's actually past Parsons on the east side of town, or there towards the Tennessee River itself. And of course, once it's over into Perry County, it is, I'm probably getting the wrong county, and I apologize. Y'all know what I mean. Once it crosses it crosses the Tennessee River, it is over in Nashville viewing area, and it will be moving out of our area of responsibility there. Otherwise, against in eastern Henderson County, still some heavy downpours there as well. In this frame alone, 234 lightning strikes, all of which is just east of US 641 here over into Middle Tennessee. So again, we'll take another look at the velocity, and we've got again it looks like rotation, but that always happens on the front ends of these storms. Again, we saw the outflow already pushing out to the south here towards Highway 64. It's right there. So it's away from the storms, and that's what we want to see. And as long as it's not popping new storms in front of it, which it's not, then that means this is in a weakening mode. Now we expect that trend to continue all the way down to the Mississippi border here over. Anything new for National Weather Service, or they talk about cancer?
No, they talked about some trees down in Big Sandy, south side of Camden. Other than that, I haven't heard a word from them in 10 minutes.
Okay, and then back here, it looks like the rain's almost mostly come to an end all the way up in northwest Tennessee, O'Brien County, Lake County. Go to bed. Why are you watching? Go on to bed. I will see you on Good Morning West Tennessee when you're getting ready for work. So if you're up and watching us from Union City, Martin, Paris, go to bed. Trenton, go to bed. Huntington, Camden, Dyersburg, what are you watching for? Go to bed. You are fine. Jackson, heck, we just have stratiform rain here in Jackson. A couple rumbles of thunder. We have no threat for severe weather whatsoever here in Madison County. For most of Henderson County, we're done. Probably a little shaken up because it did get a little rowdy there in Lexington. So Henderson County, especially the southern and southeastern part of the county, it's a little rowdy there. Decatur County, we got a storm in progress right now. You're watching south of this line. You're still watching us from Bolivar, Selmer, Savannah. I know. Hang on. We are going to get through the next hour or so here, but it does. The good news is it is in a weakening mode at this point. There is a pretty decent looking storm coming out of western Tipton County. That's going to continue to drop to the southeast. That's going to be that's going to be a Memphis TV market area into Fayette County. We don't typically cover Fayette County there, so that's going in that direction. So we're not too concerned about that one. So we are watching you down in Hardeman County. We're watching the rest of Chester County. We're watching McNairy County. We're watching Hardin County. But again, even that part of the line, which is starting to bulge out just a little bit. So again, it's still going to produce some sub-severe gusts that are possibly going to be enough to get us what they call a severe weather or special weather statement from the National Weather Service. And that's for gusts that could push 40, 45 miles an hour or so. But if you're north of that, I think you're in good shape here, even though they haven't dropped. I expect at any point here we're probably going to lose a couple more counties here. We'll just go on back over to some of the cameras here. Council Pop, always reliable. This was one of our more reliable cameras here. It will always pop. But again, we're going to keep an eye on the lower end of that base here in Savannah. Of course, we're actually toward. There we go. There's some lightning showing up now. There, even as far south as Counts right now. So if I go to the You can see lightning starting to show up there in the area of counts here. So we're starting to see some of the lightning from the previous storm. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm messing you up there, Joel.
Oh, you're all right, bud.
I'm used to hitting the weather one. There we go. I did want to take a look at the weather. I don't know what's taking them so long or what they're waiting on, but I think you're done. You're done in Benton County. You're done in Carroll County. You're done in Gibson County, Crockett County. I think you're done. Technically, Lauderdale, that's a Memphis market area, but I think you're pretty much done in Lauderdale County as well. So not sure why they wait so long to cut these counties, but I think we're on the stable side of this. There's no new energy. The cold front's already coming in here. I think we're in good shape to the north here. If we have any additional issues, it's going to be down here. As we take a look at, there we go, I wanted Savannah to pop up, that's what I was looking for. And again, we're looking off to the west here, so this is west, north will be that way. And again, we do have some lightning on this camera as well, as the storms are now starting to arrive in northern Hardin County. And of course, things are going to start to get active, and we'll keep this camera sort of in the reel here, so that we can keep an eye on what's going on. But right now, things are at least calm at the moment on this particular camera, and also down in counts, of course, as well.
Mo, I'll give one last round.
Yeah,
all right.
One more round.
One more round on Max 1, and then I'm going to go hit the hay. All right.
All righty.
All right. I'll let you get your graphics set up one more time. All right, Mo's got you in good hands. Obviously, everybody knows that. As Mo was saying, there's only one severe thunderstorm left, and that's this one. And it looks like it's going to stay probably southwest of Haywood County. We'll see what it does coming up here, maybe a little bit later. But you notice the stuff coming down here. It's only a handful of lightning strikes compared to that cell. So that's why that one's still got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. None of this is severe. It's all losing energy, less lightning, less winds when we're pulling it up on the velocity. But it is dropping southward. It's still going to be loud for you folks in McNairy, Hardeman County, Selmer, Savannah. You're still going to get some thunderstorms, but I think your winds will stay below 40 miles an hour. We're watching again, a couple little kinks here or there trying to show up on the line. Looks like even the rain rates are beginning to wrap on up. One little area of rotation southeast of Bath Springs along 641, but that's pretty minimal. There's our almost coming down like cow udders. That's the showers that are dropping on in, coming by. Again, there's still a decent amount of lightning, but nothing like what it was even an hour ago when it was very explosive. So there's to the west of us, look at Madison County. We're done with severe weather in Madison County. Still a couple lightning strikes sticking around the Brownsville area. There's that outflow I was telling you about. See it blowing down towards Hickory Valley, approaching Middleton. Selmer, you probably got a little bit of winds coming by right now, nothing too bad. That's the outflow before the rain itself shows up. And then, as I said, this is our only severe storm that did produce a couple tornadoes earlier, but it's not rotating at all right now. But it does have a little bit of a hail core as it's coming on in into Millington, Bartlett. But look how it's dropping south so fast. All day it was going straight west to east, or all night. And we were expecting it to eventually move into our area, but the last 30 minutes, it's really been cut off, and it looks like it's going to go down even into Shelby County. So it may miss our general counties that we cover anyway. So that's our only severe thunderstorm warning. So Mo might even be able to take a little bit of a break here. We'll see. It's a boss's call. But there's no more severe thunderstorm warnings technically in our counties. There's one again here north of Memphis with some pretty intense hail coming on down. But if you're watching us in Selmer, Savannah, very unlikely you're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning issued from what we're seeing. Everything is weakening, losing strength, losing energy, losing wind speed as it drops down to the south. And look at the lightning counter. Remember earlier at this view it had 3,000. It had 1,450 the last time I looked at it. Now we're down to 850. So significant decrease in storm energy over the last 30 minutes. So real good news there. Big picture here, we're still under a tornado watch. Again, these are where the watches are issued. This actual graph doesn't show the counties that have been pulled off. It keeps them on until the watch time expires. But still some severe weather concerns in the middle Tennessee tonight. Nashville is finally under a severe thunderstorm warning. Futurecast still, I think it's off by a little bit. It still thinks it'll linger till 6. That's not happening. I think they'll be gone by 4. But again, I think our severe threat's pretty wrapped up. This Futurecast thinks everything's done in the next hour. That would be nice. probably too fast, the other one too slow as it comes on by. But we're going to continue to watch things tonight, or this morning, I guess now. It's no longer tonight. I guess it is for me. Still occasionally seeing some lightning strikes showing up into the Jackson area. But this is what we have to look forward to. I think just some non-severe thunderstorms tracking down into Chester, Hardeman, McNairy, Hardin County over the next couple of hours.
I do have the Saltillo camera pulled up here on Weather 2. This one is rocking, so that outflow is now starting to arrive in northern Hardin County. So this is the Saltillo camera. We don't have a whole lot of lights in this particular view, but that lightning is very active here. As you can see here, everyone you can see the camera. This one little light is kind of shaking around there with the wind, but we are seeing plenty of lightning on this shot. And of course, this is the outflow that's pushing out of Henderson County and out of Decatur County right into northern Hardin County. So again, it is starting to get a little windy now there in the Saltillo area. So we'll go ahead and take a look at counts also. Again, this is on the southern end of the county. Of course, not nearly as active here, but again, looks like we're probably looking north on the right-hand side of the camera. And again, you can see some of the lightning working its way in that camera as well. We'll go ahead and take a look at Storm Tracker 7 Max Radar. So what we're seeing, Saltillo, of course, is right up here in the northern part of the county, and that's what's pushing into northern Hardin County. Again, that's probably our most organized storm right now, and that's not saying much compared to what we had going on earlier. Again, the most severe storm, our strongest, closest to severe rather, storm is the one moving out of Decatur County now, just crossing the Tennessee River at this hour. In fact, let's go in just a little tighter here. Again, that storm moving over towards Linden, extending down into Hardin County. I'm going to move this down. Actually, I know, I think I got you all covered already. There we go. That's what I wanted. So also, in addition to that, we don't have any cameras in McNairy County, but I can tell you that the outflow is pushing through Selma right now and in the northern portions of the county. So up near the community of Finger and maybe Adamsville, Morris Chapel, place like that. Got some gusty winds really pushing through right now. In fact, just to do our due diligence, I am going to go tight here just to sort of pull out some communities. I know these are some smaller communities, so but we are going to go in tight here just a little bit here in northern Hardin or McNairy County. There you go. So community of Finger. We've got Enville, Leapwood, Morris Chapel, also some of the heaviest of the storms pushing through right now. Purdy, Adamsville, also about to get some heavy rain and showers and storms. And again, this is all north of Selma still, but if you're looking north, you're seeing all the lightning still. But in this shot, there's only about 28 lightning strikes, so that number drastically dropping here as it's working its way southward towards Selma. I'm going to save this here so I can come back to it shortly and take a look at winds. Again, not looking too impressed here. Thank heavens for that. There's your outflow pushing through Savannah right there on this particular frame. Again, notice the two differences in colors there.
Mo, just real quick, according to Gibson Electric membership, there are 1,435 people without power. Power outages east of Trenton. There are also power outages north of Rutherford, around Fruitland and Dyer County, northeast of Maury City, east of Bells, north of Medina in Tennessee. There's also a JEA outage of almost 5,000 people, Highland North Parkway. So there's still some power outages.
That's what I saw driving in. That was going out as I was driving in. It's like, uh-oh. It's like, I got me something chasing me coming in. But no, the power was going out as I was driving in. So that was when the gusty winds were pushing through Jackson here in Madison.
And I got nothing new from the National Weather Service, so I'm going to turn it over to you, Mo.
Okay.
Enjoy your morning, everybody. Thanks for staying up late with Jordan and I covering these storms. And obviously you're in good hands with Mo for the remainder of the morning, and I'll see you in the afternoon. All right.
Excellent. And so I'll take over from here, and I'm going to be with you here over the next couple hours. We're going to get this line through West Tennessee and out of here. We're going to make sure everybody is safe and sound. And right now, the only area that's of concern at this point is this one, and that is in Hardin County and McNairy County. And that, again, doesn't look too impressive. What's left of anything that was somewhat organized is just to the north of Clifton. I believe you said there was some rotation that moved towards Clifton at one point, Joel?
Yeah, about an hour ago.
About an hour ago. So other than that, right now, this is going to push east of Clifton over into northern Wayne County there and away from us. But this is pushing its way into northern Hardin County, rather, and also northern McNairy County, Stantonville. Got that gust front coming through right now. You might even have a shelf cloud with that. That's that mean-looking roll of clouds that comes in right ahead of it. That's right here. We can see that fairly well. It's along Highway 64 right now, pushing south. Mickey, it ain't there yet, but it's coming as it continues to work its way down to the south here. As we take a look at velocity again, one more time, I'm going to skip over that one here. Do want to take a look at the one warning we do have, and that's over back towards Memphis. This is not our area here, but you can see Memphis and Shelby County just got put under a warning, the western part of the county. So they're watching what's coming out of Cross County, out of Arkansas, and that's pushing right into Shelby County again. This is all going to be working off to the east, southeast. Eventually, that may end up in, if we do happen to have some viewers in Fayette County, that's going to be the western portions of Fayette County towards the western portions of the county, and that will be a little bit out of our viewing area. As for Brownsville, again, whoops. Back up here, you didn't want to pull that up yet. Brownsville, we still have some heavy rain going on there as well. I know we have some viewers there in southern Haywood County. Again, not looking too impressive. This is maybe looking pretty decent here in Brownsville. I'm going to go in a little tight here just to take another look at that particular part of the storm, just to do our due diligence there in Haywood County. Again, so in this frame right now, in all of Haywood County, there's about 23 strikes in the last 10 minutes, all of which is part of that storm that's in. So some pretty heavy rains falling in Brownsville right now at this hour, between Brownsville, Sunny Hill, and Cocoa there along Highway Interstate 40 there at this point. Some of this might make its way close to far western Madison County, so it's going to be a close one. But again, if this tries to organize, this is going to be our other problem maker if this tries to organize any further than it currently is right now. But right now, since we already had something come through Madison County, a lot of the energy is gone, so it doesn't have much to work with. But we'll certainly keep an eye on that here. I'm just going to sort of do with this here and just kind of look at the trend here. You can see where the earlier stuff pushed through earlier, and then now we've got this other cell that's trying to make its way southeast, and then that one, we'll need to watch it for Hardeman County for that one too. I do want to take a look at velocity here, and I'm going to save that so I can have something to come back to there as well. Again, nothing looking impressive in terms of the winds there. But there might be maybe some pea-sized hail with that, but that's probably about it. But I'm not seeing anything that jumps out as concerning in Brownsville, other than heavy rain right now that's moving through there right now. As we take a look at Futurecast, again, showing this whole area still dropping southeastward as the rest of the morning goes along here. This stops us at about 3:30, and that's more or less what's happening right now. We got this little segment that might clip into Hardeman County here, and then I'll continue to the south. And again, that's why we're going to keep an eye on y'all down in McNairy County and Hardin County. Y'all haven't. There's still just a little bit of energy in North Mississippi, in the southern half especially of Hardeman, and then also in the McNairy and Hardin counties as well. And that's going to continue to drop its way into North Mississippi and then eventually out of here. By the time we get probably into the third show of Good Morning West Tennessee, rain should be done for a little bit until things redevelop. And of course, that's when that's going to be the goal today during the show, is we're going to be looking at the potential round for Tuesday as well. Again, we did expect another round. This front's going to sort of stall out, and that's going to set the stage for another round perhaps once we rebuild instability as the morning sort of goes along here. So let's go back. I'm going to go back to the top of the show here. We're going to go take a look at some cameras here. Starting off downtown Jackson here on this view. Which one did you go to? Or was that me? Okay, so downtown Jackson, again, mainly quiet. We just got some stratiform rain, not nearly as lit up in terms of the severe as what we were seeing earlier in terms of all the lightning that we had, but power is out. I mean, also take a look at our weather alert summary. Technically still have a tornado watch for our counties along highway or Interstate 40, even though we'll see how long Memphis is going to wait to take those out. But again, at this point, you're pretty much done in Benton County, Carroll and Gibson County, Crockett County, you're done. We need to watch it in Haywood, maybe western Madison County, and then definitely our southern counties. We got to make sure this line is out of here first. But north of that, you're in the stable air already, and I think you're done here at this point. So going to go back to Saltillo, Tennessee, northern Hardin County again. not just shaking a little bit here. This is a pretty dark location, so it's hard to see anything. I'm mainly looking for lightning here in this shot, but it does appear to be rainy there at the moment. We'll go ahead and go over to counts where the outflow, you might be seeing some of that outflow lowering showing up here on this particular camera here as well, but not nearly as much lightning as what we were seeing just a few minutes ago there. We probably got a pretty good shot on Savannah's camera here. So while you guys take a look at Storm Tracker 7 Max radar, I'll go ahead and get that added back in here, and we'll take a look at the Savannah camera as well, and that'll give us an idea of sort of what's going on there as well. But again, we're going to continue to watch. There it is. And let's go ahead and pull that one up. And we'll go ahead and take a look at our traditional view from Savannah over the Tennessee River here. And it'll pop up here in just a moment. Uh-oh, that's a confirmed tornado there. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. Notice how much more active this shot is now. Again, we're looking off to the west here. Here's Interstate, or Highway 64 rather, over the Tennessee River. Not as much lightning in this shot now at this hour there. And again, traffic is otherwise moving along smoothly there, and I'm waiting on some lightning. There's just not that much there in this shot. We'll come back to that in just a moment. So that's a good sign. A lowering lightning count is another wonderful sign that we want to see tonight. So this is counts, of course, looking at PAC. And there we go. So here's the latest look. Okay, what I was going to say is that notice that polygon turn kind of a fuchsia color. That's a confirmed tornado, and on the north side of Nashville, it looks like there. So yes, some of these storms are still trying to produce even at this hour, but thankfully that hasn't been the case here in West Tennessee, and hopefully we can keep it that way. But we are watching this little area here. Notice this appears to be trying to perk up just a little bit between Tipton County and maybe the southern portion of Haywood County there as well. The new warning actually came from Arkansas from this storm out of I guess that's Crittenden County, maybe Cross County, Arkansas, and that's pushing its way in western Shelby County. But other than that, this doesn't look, there's no warning for it, but that is where some of the most lightning is, between basically Brownsville over towards Covington, and that's going to continue to track off to the southeast there. So let's go ahead and go back closer again, we still have some stratiform rain and some thunder and lightning going on there in Decatur County at this hour, and also northern Hardin County as well. In fact, I'm just going to drop this camera down just a little bit here. So the heaviest of activity pushing through Morse Chapel right now and Adamsville. That's going to continue to work. It's Cerro Gordo. You're watching this from there. Looks like you got some of the heaviest rain pushing through right now. In this frame, there's only 82 lightning strikes total, most of which is still that storm that was moving out of Decatur County still, as it continues to work its way off to the east there. But otherwise, again, this is going to hopefully continue to trim down and wander down here. And I'm going to keep this going here. And just fixing the other radar here. I get some messages here. So it looks like, see here, we've got also 352 outages near Old Bells Road. Of course, I believe this is from JEA as well. Southwest, I'm sorry, that's from Southwest Tennessee Electric from the map there. So we're showing 352 outages right now near Old Bells Road. Likely either a tree got a power line, or the power line might have just simply snapped there as well. That is certainly a possibility as well. So heaviest rain now working its way into the northern third of Hardin County at this hour. Again, we also have some pretty heavy rain just to the north of Bethel Springs. The outflow already blew through here. It's already down to the south, closer to Counts in Hardin County, and closer to Mickey now in portions of southeastern McNairy County. But again, it's heavy rain, Morse Chapel, Cerro Gordo, and Thompson Crossroads, some heavy rain as well, and then down towards the Savannah as well as we back up here. And then Selmer, it's still not there. We're still waiting, Selmer. We're waiting on it. Again, the heaviest rain up near Bethel Springs at this hour there. But again, so the Selmer still haven't got the main line in there just yet. So just a little warm, a little humid. You had the outflow gusts push its way through the area. And thankfully, it's not connected with the main line at this point. So again, there's that disconnect, and that is a good thing. That indicates the storm is actually weakening at this hour. But again, this particular frame only has 17 lightning strikes, most of which might be near 40 Forks. So if it's a little loud there, that's why. several lightning strikes right now in that little portion of the cell of this portion of the line rather, and that's just between 44, or basically between Finger and Bethel Springs. That's where the heaviest of the lightning is on that particular frame there at this hour. So Savannah, it's almost there. It's just to your north, but again, a gusty outflow has already, it looks like has already pushed into North Mississippi, closer to Corinth, Mississippi at this. Okay, there it is right there. So there's your gusty outflow somewhere in this neighborhood, entering the area of Counts in the Pickwick Dam area right now, about to push right into North Mississippi and Lauderdale County, Alabama. That's where that all that activity is located right now. Back to the west in Haywood County, still have a decently strong storm here. Again, it's going, I wouldn't say strong, but it's got about 50 strikes, it looks like, there. Again, this is pushing southeastward towards Hillville there, and eventually Whiteville there in northwestern Hardeman County. So this is sort of the area we're watching. And again, if you're watching this from southern Madison County, this is the one last thing we need to keep an eye on as it continues to try to trend down to the southeast. We did notice a little bit of an uptick here about 15 to 20 minutes ago. Stanton looks like a pretty good heavy downpour on its way there as well. But overall, again, we're not looking at anything specific. Again, all this stuff back here is looking higher up in the atmosphere, higher up in the storm, or what's left. We want to see this at the end of the storm. We're not seeing that, so we're not too concerned about these brighter colors that are showing up. Again, we do expect this to keep trending south over the next couple of hours here, but it's going to take us another hour or two to get this completely out of West Tennessee. And this is what we mean by we say it's going to linger in Southwest Tennessee. This is what we mean by that, and here it is lingering along Highway 64 through about 5 o'clock as we're going on air for Good Morning West Tennessee. And then, of course, it's all out of here by about time you're heading off to school this morning. It looks like we're going to be in pretty good shape, other than maybe some lingering sprinkles down here in Southwest Tennessee. I think we're going to be in pretty good shape by the time you're heading off to school, kiddos, in the morning. But let's go back to the top here. I'm not going to go a little bit too far in my show here. We're going to back it up here and take a look at top of the show. We'll just go through some more cameras here and start here in downtown Jackson. And of course, there's a large area of power outages there. Total, looks like JEA is showing we have about 4,845 people without power. Highland and North Parkway also included in that. Some of that I saw go out as I was on the way. Ooh, that was a good shot. See that lightning? The lightning went the wrong direction. It was going from the ground up. That was a good shot. I'm glad I had the camera up for that. But that's sort of, so we still have a little bit of instability in the mixed layer, what we call the mixed layer of the atmosphere. And so we are still got a little bit of lightning even on the back side of this thing. But again, the severe part of it would be in front of all that. We'll go ahead and take a look at, check on the National Weather Service, see if they've dropped another. I'm expecting them to drop a row of counties anytime now here. So I'm just sort of waiting on that to happen. It hasn't happened yet, but I still think you're in good shape if you're watching from Camden, Huntington, Trenton, Alamo. If you're watching from any of those places, I think you're in good shape at this point. Madison County, we'll wait till we get this last little part that's coming out of central Haywood County that's trying to drop off to the southeast before we give the all clear for the south. Again, so here's counts right now. We'll go ahead and take a look at, Saltillo, Tennessee. This is northern Hardin County. This is where we do have the front of the line here. And then notice the camera's got some rain on it at the moment. We'll see if we pick up any lightning here on this particular shot. There we go. So a little bit of lightning there as well. They're making its way into northern Hardin County. But when we go over to Savannah, things are a little calmer for the moment at least, but that is going to get active again here very shortly. The main line hasn't quite reached you there in Savannah, but it is just off to your north, and it is going to continue to sag southward here. And while that's happening, I am going to take a look at the National Weather Service to see what they're talking about here. In fact, let me get them pulled up on the other computer here while so I can go to that whenever I need it here shortly. And then, again, so that line is starting to push its way into northern portions of Hardin County. Again, the main line is starting to push its way, make its way closer to Savannah, Tennessee there, but not quite there at this hour. So looks like they canceled a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like that was the part that was okay, so they chopped out the Arkansas part of that warning. But again, we're going to just watch this storm come in live here on Savannah's camera. Again, this is looking off to the west, and the storm is arriving in Savannah now, so you'll see things get a little bit more active with time here as that heavy rain starts to push its way southward towards Hardin County there in this live view here. I'm actually going to stop this on this. Let's go to now, and then we'll do this. And then we're going to continue to watch the storm sort of come in into Savannah and Hardin County here. Again, the heaviest of that rain now arriving into Savannah right now. A little bit of lightning in that storm still, about 123, 25 strikes there, still in the frame I'm looking at on Weather 1. But again, we're just keep it on. You can keep it on Weather 2. I'm sorry, I was just looking at what's going on Weather 1 to kind of illustrate what's going on. But again, the storm is coming into Savannah now, and this is going to be probably our last area. That's the last of the strongest of the storms. And of course, this is not as potent as things have been tonight, and we're all thankful for that, by the way. We technically remain in a tornado watch until 5 o'clock, and I'm going to be here I'm going to sort of wrap up here a bit. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on down in the south, and I am watching it in the background, and I will be back on. And should things start to get and look interesting, I'll hop back on. I'm going to have to get the morning show ready to go here and sort of take a look at things here in the background. But again, we're still watching Hardin County and McNairy County for any additional flare-ups. But again, you can see things are mostly calm, at least for the moment, but things are going to start to get active here in Savannah over the next 20 minutes or so as the main line continues to sink its way southward into central portions of Hardin County and also portions of McNairy-Selmer. It is on the way. So we'll go through radar one more time just to show you where everything is located here. Again, first, we'll look in this is over in Counts. Looks like it might lost some power. We can see the factory earlier. It might be the rain there, too, there on that shot. But here's a look at Storm Tracker 7 Max radar. Maybe. As we appear to have lost data on that shot there. Everything didn't disappear, I promise. There's still storms that are pushing their way through there. And again, some of those storms pushing their way southward into northern McNairy County there. We'll go ahead and wrap things up here for now. And again, we're going to keep an eye on any additional warnings as we go about the next couple hours. I'm going to be here all the way, and then, of course, I'll be on for Good Morning West Tennessee as well. But we're going to keep an eye on things. But right now, we don't have any warnings across West Tennessee. We do still technically have a tornado watch, even though I expect some capitalization, maybe a couple rows of that, to continue to cancel here shortly. So we will be back should things warrant, if we do end up with a warning anywhere here shortly.